Here we go. Another day, another show. Just going with the flow, doing what I know. So, I just got to make sure everything's going right from the start. Made the mistake that other day and was like 20 minutes in and people were letting me know that the volume wasn't working. So, as soon as I start to think that I don't need to check everything, that's when something's going to go wrong. But yeah, looks good right now. So, starting from the top, here's what I'm going to drop. I'm going to show you guys the order book truth app that I made last time. Get all that information off my mind and kind of just basically tell you how it can help you and provide value. I'm going to go into the next project for the day, giving thanks for everything that I say and everything I do, because I know that once I believe it enough, it'll come true. And that's already. So coming in with new information steady. And I see, shout out to all the people who have helped so far in the Discord. Got the link in Discord in the YouTube description. Everyone helped me out, teaching me a lot of interesting things, taking me from a beginner to, I would say, somewhere in between beginner and intermediate. Don't feel like a beginner anymore. Got 2 more days to go, 2 more apps before phase 1 is done. So far, it's been a lot of fun, even though probably should take more breaks, but got 2 more to go, so I'm not trying to slow down now. All right, so here we go. So what we got right here is the order book truth. If you know what an order book is, it's basically this right here. This isn't every order. If I looked at it by the penny, that's going to be every order right here. But when you look at it like this, it's changing around so quick, it's really difficult to see every single order. Or I guess this is not every order, but this is orders broken down by each cent. So like $1.01, this would be the order. All the orders. $1.02, this would be all the orders. So really, it makes much more sense to go to at least like, yeah, $1 is still going to be moving around a lot. Probably something like $5 or $10. I would say $10 is a pretty good mark. But to make it easier to explain it, because this is still moving around a lot, I'm going to put it to the $50 mark. This way, at least like these orders aren't kind of moving around so much. It's more, this is like that represents the volume, the amount of not even just amount of orders, but the amount of money that is in each one of these order levels now. So essentially, the reason I made this project was a lot of beginners don't understand that this is just crypto right here. This is for Bitcoin, and you can put in any different cryptocurrency, not any, but pretty much the top major cryptos. I can expand this out later when people use it more. But what a lot of beginners especially don't understand is just like stock market and crypto, there's a lot of what you would call market maker bots or even just bots. But bots are represented here as like likely ghosts. So it says like 84% ghost or 76% ghost. And there's like a key right here. So the foundation, if the orders have been there long enough that it's most likely not a robot, it's going to be marked in green, like which portion of all these orders. And active is going to be in the blue. That means like it's much less likely to be bots, but still a possibility. But the ghosts are the orders that are only last for less than 3 seconds. Those are much likely bots. And the bots have a lot of purposes. Most likely, main reason for, I think the best way to understand this for beginners is bots are there to try and take money from beginners. Bots are there to kind of scalp and just like make like pennies, whatever, like little amounts of money off people. And then it just adds up over time because it's constantly doing it. But now, I mean, the game is changing. Not only can people like me design tools where you can likely see where the bots are and how much bot activity is going on to give you a better idea of like the market sentiment based on these bots. And right now, you can see that it's slightly bearish. But for the most part, the bots kind of move back and forth between slightly bullish and slightly bearish to keep it balanced. So right here, the volume pulse, you can just hover over and it's going to explain to you what this means. Same with market sentiment. Honesty filter has the same thing. So you can scroll up and see like the higher you go up, usually it's less bots as you go up, but sometimes there's like levels that are really strong that bots will build. So essentially what they're trying to do is like if you didn't have this tool, you would just see like these walls basically, and they would be stronger, like some more buy orders or more sell orders at certain levels. And a lot of people would like, think that, okay, well, that's a pretty strong level right here for selling or even for buying. Like, this maybe looks like a strong level. Actually looks like there's way more buy orders in right now that look more legit than sell. So you can see a lot of these levels up at the top for these sellers are these bots. And if you didn't know these were bots, you would think like, okay, it's going to be hard for the price to get past this level because there's so many orders right here. But usually what happens is if somebody puts in a big order, these bots will just like move their orders instantly. Like they know as soon as these levels get filled up, the robot is just programmed to like move the orders. So that also works in a beginner's favor. A lot of people might try to make a really big buy order. So essentially, some of it'll get filled here. It'll take out all these orders. Like if I make a market buy, it's just gonna buy from the closest market orders. So if the amount I'm buying is bigger than the amount of that's here, it's gonna start moving up to this one. So that's gonna give me different prices. Each level that I break with my buy is gonna like give me that portion at a worse price. So down here you can see this is like the spoof radar. This is letting people know, the amount of bots right now, and it's heavy right now. Most spoofed is on the buy side right now, showing like all the recent orders coming in. This is maybe like a little bit too much. It's like too hard to read because it's going through so fast. Slippage calculator, very important. Essentially, it's giving you your best bids to buy and sell at, or you could put in like an amount you wanted to buy or sell. Say you wanted to buy like $10,000, or start to make it easy, start with $100. Slippage is like nothing, right? Move it up to 1,000. Slippage is still 100, yeah, 1,001. Slippage is still like nothing. Add another zero because this is Bitcoin too. Slippage is not going to come into effect until you get to like probably like $100,000, and then even a million. It's still not even like 1%. There we go, like 10 million. So essentially, like right here, there's not enough liquidity. The order book can only fill 96% of your order. And this is why people make big buys usually over the counter. They don't buy directly from the order books. But there's a lot more to this. There's a ton that I could add to this that people could learn, but just for the basics, like this is the most important part for beginners to understand when they're buying or selling. When they're like, first getting into the order book. You gotta learn the basics. Like anything a beginner would want to know essentially about the order books. So that is the order book truth. And I've never seen anything like this before. This, like, if I would have had this order book when I first got started, I feel like I would have saved myself some money. Mostly understanding, like, where the bots are, not so much the slippage. That's like more as you start using bigger amounts of money. So, yeah, as I would say, that's pretty good. That's about it for today for the order book truth. That's the app I made last time. If you want to check it out, it's in the description. Description is getting pretty big. It's got like because yeah, I'm on day 29, so it's got about 28 different app links on there. And it won't be long. I will start building the central hub, and then I can combine everything into just one link. But for right now, this is looking right. I think you know I, uh, I think I'm getting better on each app, and I have a pretty good idea for the app for today. Not sure how it's going to turn out. It's just a very basic idea right now. But what I'm looking at is something to do with let's see, I wrote it down. Oh yeah, I want to do like a paper tester. I want to do something where you can select a stock or a crypto, and then you can select a different indicator, and it will just go back in time and let you know, like, um kind of like how often that indicator works. And not only that, but like what if you had been actually trading that indicator, and you can maybe even combine indicators. I think there's a lot I could do with this. But this is really like the start of making. So many people requested that they wanted to see me making trading bots, and this would really be the start to it. This would be like, if you're trying to make a trading bot, you would want to use this tool to test out basically different indicators and different combinations of indicators, and then you would find something that works for whatever you want to trade. Most likely a combination, like the more indicators you can add that work in a certain combination, probably like the more your success score will go up. But anyways, you can like try different combinations until you find something that works, and then the next step would be to like build an actual trading bot, have it trade on paper trade with fake money in real time. This tool would be like really quick to just go back in time and test it. You find something that works, try it with real time, and if it works on paper and you're making fake money with it, then I'd say give it a little bit of money and test it out. So yeah, just go into the comments. Big up yourself. Hope you're doing good. Respect every time. Someone has a question. Why not create a cryptocurrency that detects buying where a crypto will pop up and sell it on a higher price? So let me see. Let me break this down. I'm not really understanding it, reading it from just one time through. Create a crypto that detects buying where a crypto will pop up and sell it on the higher price. Okay, yeah, so I feel like I just don't have enough information to answer your question. From like, just if I had to guess on what you're asking, if you could explain that a little better, that would help. But let me tell you what I think right now. You're wondering if there was like a cryptocurrency like a Bitcoin or Ethereum that that itself could detect where a crypto would pop up. So I don't know what you mean. I think that's the main thing that's confusing me is what you mean by pop up. I'm guessing you mean like the price moves up really big, really fast, and then sell it on a higher price. So like a cryptocurrency that could kind of like detect. Yeah, I think I'll just need some more information, but I think I already kind of did an app like that. And that was an app that scans. What was the name of that one? I believe it was like the crypto scanner. I'm going to check my list of apps real quick. Essentially, what I did was I made an app that it scanned the market, and if a crypto was moving sideways, like the price was just consolidating, is what it's called, then it alerted you that volume was going up, that it was like likely about to break out and pop up. And then another alert would go out once it broke out of the range and was starting to pop up. And if volume was confirming that the what you would call breakout was actually real through the volume. So, okay, it's like detecting a crypto that will pop up or increase its value, and you can buy on that and you could sell it on a higher price. Yeah, that's pretty much I think an app that I already did actually. And trying to find what it was called. Um okay, here we go. Um Breakout radar. Okay, yep. Identify key support and resistance zones instantly. So yeah, I believe it was the breakout radar, but it could have also been. Oh, okay, I think it's actually breakout buddy. Yeah, I've got two similar, like some of these names are too similar. The list is so long, I'm not checking all the names before I create a new one. But yeah, I believe it's breakout buddy, not breakout radar. So if you want to check out the breakout buddy, the link is in the description for YouTube. And I think that is doing exactly what you're talking about. And yeah, I'm seeing someone from Twitch talking about nice stream, and they also want to be a regular streamer. Add them on Discord. So yeah, I'm new to Discord. I'm not sure to how to add individual people, but I don't have the Discord link up on Twitch. So what I'm gonna do is just get a copy of the link right now, and I'll paste it in the comments real quick. And yeah, also thanks to yeah, the Discord is looking awesome. A lot of people posting. We got a regular chat and we got a show your product. A lot of people are posting awesome things that they made, that they coded, and it's getting to be like a community of people who can just like, post what they want. Also too, doing a kind of like a competition that ends tomorrow, and whoever posts the coolest project basically on Tuesday, I will check to see which project I think is the coolest, and I'll give that person a link for a free week of Claude Code. And yeah, what's up, Cliff? Yeah, I was just getting into Discord, and I noticed the you sent a message that you set up a new repo, and I was just looking into that, and that is awesome. I didn't even know that that was possible. So yeah, I think that'll help a lot. I didn't have time to get it done before this stream, but I hope to implement it. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till I actually start the central hub, because I've only got one more app to do after today. And when I start the central hub, I'll want to do like, start with more of like a fresh, like new repo, for especially for like the Claude MD files and stuff for that central hub. I want to change that anyway. So yeah, man, that's awesome. Appreciate it. Just providing value. Everybody on here, it's all about abundance. Just trading ideas. There's ideas come and go every day. You never have to like never worry about like, someone stealing your idea, because like that's just how business works. Like people are we're all just sharing ideas, and yeah, we can all inspire each other, and there's an abundance of ideas. We can all have awesome ideas every day that could all turn into $1 million businesses. And yeah, I would say oh yeah, I was gonna post the link for the Discord real quick. Yeah, respect every time. It was very helpful. And also I just remembered for that app that the Breakout Buddy, I believe it was called. that's something that you'd want to like leave running um in the background, because like it'll scan everything, but you just need to have it running so it like the second something like gets alerted, it will alert you. So like as long as your computer's on, you could just like have that in the background. But if you just open it up and like have it do a scan, the chances that you're gonna like scan it at the time something's actually breaking out are very low. So yeah, I can do more work on that to make it like an app that um maybe you don't have to like leave it open, I guess. But yeah, for now it definitely works, and you would just need to leave it running so it'll, cuz like you know when those crypto prices go up, they go up quick and you got to catch it right away. But anyways, let's see. All right, so now I'm getting into planning for the app for today. Yo, what's up, Kai? Pick up yourself every time, respect. Um just went over the order book truth project from last time, and feeling like I'm close to the end of this first phase. Two more apps to go. Got a good idea for today. I want to do essentially like a paper trader for different indicators. So this would be like, I've had so many people requesting to make a trading bot. This would be basically like the first step to making a trading bot so that people can try different indicators on different charts and see which ones work the best. And then the next step would be to apply those indicators to real time paper trading. And then the step after that would be to apply it to real money. Yeah, it's still doing your studies and stuff. That's cool, man. Yeah. It's what you call it, multitasking. Um, so yeah, respect on that. Respect on getting more progress done, more progress and more abundance. And we just move through life, adding more value for more people, and then we should be getting paid in return. So yeah, it's all about the value you give in relation to the value you earn. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to switch over to the browser for the research for today's project. For today's app, I want to make something that is like a paper trader tester that you can try different indicators and maybe even combine different indicators to see what's working from, I guess, like going back in the past. And essentially, like once you find something that works good, like either a certain single indicator or a combination of indicators, then then you could just like apply that to real life. So that's kind of like the basics of the vision right now. I'm sure there's a ton of things I could add to this. Essentially what I'm thinking is like, there's libraries of like different indicators, so I don't need to have, the math programmed for each indicator myself. Like it could just use some libraries. And I think that I'd like to have, the option to try first different indicators, like single indicators. And then once you find one that's good, then you could like add another one and then try a bunch of them until you find the best combo. And then you could like maybe have a max of like, you know, four different indicators on top of each other. I'm not sure if that's going to be too much, but let me know what you think about this idea. Would it work to program something like this? And what do you think would be the best features to add to something like this? Because what I'm thinking is like a lot of people are telling me that they want to see me make like a paper trader, and this could be like kind of like, or not a paper trader, but a trading bot. So essentially, this would, from what I understand, be like the first step to creating a trading bot, because you would be finding indicators that you would want to use for the bot. Let me know what you think. So yeah, Cliff's saying the best libraries to create indicators are on Python. I've heard the same thing too. And from what I understand, like I don't have to tell Claude which libraries to use. It can basically just like do its own search and then find the libraries that it would think works best. Um, but yeah, if it searches and doesn't find something, then I guess I'll just need to do some searching, and I'll try that TypeScript library too. So yeah, that's good to know. Respect. Okay. Got building a backtest engine or strategy tester is the ultimate bridge between being a vibe coder and a bot developer. I feel like you could be a bot developer and a vibe coder at the same time. You're moving from just showing data to actually simulating decisions. It's absolute possible to build this in a single day, especially if we use the right shortcuts. So we got the MVP tech stack, the math indicators, and the engine. A logic loop that iterates through historical price data bar by bar to see where a buy or sell signal would have triggered. Key features for the strategy builder to make this useful: the indicator stack, a UI sidebar where you can click add indicator, should allow you to select up to 4. The logic builder, instead of code, we got drop downs. Like you could have conditions like when RSI 14 is below 30, and if the price is above, okay, that's kind of like, I'm not really 100% sure what they're saying. I think I get it, but that's something I'll include and just see how it turns out. We got visual buy sell markers. Whenever rules are met, draw a green arrow buy or red arrow sell. This gives instant visual feedback. Okay, that's very important. The P&L scoreboard, a real-time counter that says if you traded this strategy last month, you'd be up by 14%. Yeah, that's very important. Parameter sliders, let users slide the RSI period from 14 to 21 and watch the arrow on the chart move in real time. Not really sure how that would work, but I'll try it and see. And like in regards to a bot, they're saying I'm right. A trading bot is just a strategy tester connected to an exchange API. So today, like you could build the logic with this, and then the next phase, I could just swap. I could just like basically like after I find a combination of indicators, you just turn that into like to program it to buy and sell. Um, One big question I think I have for it. So the first thing I'm thinking is that I would like to do this for stocks and crypto, but from what I understand for the free APIs for stocks, I'm probably not gonna get very good info. But from what I understand about the free, I don't even need APIs most of the time from crypto. I think that I would get better information. What do you think? The crypto versus stocks data gap is massive when you're a developer on a budget. And in the stock world, data is strictly guarded product because of the exchange fees from the NASDAQ. Yeah, they don't even have exchange fees anymore. Um, Crypto has more fees from what I understand, but anyways, I think it just LLM doesn't understand that right. In the crypto world, the open source ethos means data is treated like a public utility. So yeah, this would be something I'd want to build for the free MVP for crypto. And then once I get a paid API, I could wire it in to also do regular stocks. So Yeah, and the main problem with the stocks is there's going to be like a 15-minute delay of the real price. And it's often limited to like 2 years of history. I can have different time frames with crypto. So yeah, it makes more sense to do this one with crypto. And they're telling me like, yeah, I shouldn't even need an API key. I'm thinking the only API key I would need is if I do an LLM. So let's see. I want you to create an outline that lists all the different logic that would be involved. So essentially like the different features of this app. And yeah, I want you to create this app just for crypto. So it can look up like if not all crypto, at least like the top, maybe like 10 to 20 cryptocurrencies. So we just need a core logic engine that acts like a time machine. They're giving me the recommendation for the name to be Strategy Sniper. That's not bad, actually. That's a lot better than I think most of the recommendations they've had for names. Don't need an API. Well, I guess it uses the Binance public API, which I don't actually need API keys for. Um, Say in the time frame, use 15-minute, 1 hour, and 4 hours. Standard back testing usually starts at 1 hour, so I don't see any reason to use 15-minute. We can just use 1 hour, 4 hour, and probably daily. Candle fetcher. Oh, okay, just something that goes back in time. So the brain is like the indicator and the strategy logic. The multi-stacker that can stack up different indicators. The logical conjunction. The AND rule. This is like the bot logic. The signal generator, a loop that checks every single historical candle and asks, do the current settings match my buy rules? If yes, mark that timestamp. Then we got a scoreboard. This is what turns the chart into a tool. The virtual wallet will start every test with a fake $10,000. Buy at the close of the signal candle. I see what they're saying. These are just like the rules of when to buy and sell, which should be based off of each indicator. So the vibe with the UI UX, interactive charting, have buy and sell markers to show where on the chart the buys and sells were triggered. Equity curve, a small line chart below the price chart showing the $10,000 growing or shrinking over time. That makes sense. The one-click presets buttons for famous strategies like the Golden Cross or RSI mean reversion, so beginners can start with a template and then tweak it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to copy and paste this logic to a document that I got up on the side so I can refer to it throughout the build. All right, getting close. Next thing is going to be the pain point problems research. All right, so for this one, I want to do the pain points or major problems research. And I'm just not 100% sure on like what angle to do this for. So this is going to be for beginner investors. And I'm not sure if I should do this like, is this helping them to build a bot or is this helping them just to like get a strategy? So I'm not really sure where to look for the best pain points, but I'll have you do the research and let me know what you think is like, the biggest pain point in regards to like the different uses for this tool. All right. The biggest gap for beginners isn't finding a strategy, it's the crushing fear of being wrong and the emotional sabotage that happens when they actually start clicking buttons. Here's the research angle one, the strategy builder, the pain point. I have a strategy, but I don't know if it actually works, so I hesitate during every trade. Yeah, I can see that for beginners. Uh, they don't know how to test their strategy, I think would be a better way to say it. And this would solve that problem. Okay. And also be or analysis paralysis. Beginners often use too many indicators, and it's hard for them to tell which one like matters the most. Beginners look at a chart, see a massive dump, and then they say, "I would have bought there," but they don't see the 15 fakeouts that would have liquidated them earlier that morning. Okay, yeah, it looks a lot easier in hindsight than it actually is. The confidence scarcity. Without a backtest, every loss feels like the strategy is broken, leaving them to jump to a new strategy. Um, and then if this were to be like, positioned more as a bot, like for a trading bot first step, people want to automate, but they're terrified the bot will go rogue and drain their account while they're sleeping. The black box fear. Most bots are pre-programmed. Beginners feel like they're giving their car keys to a stranger. They want their own logic. Okay, so if this were to be, I guess really, this could be applied for both. So the main pain point for in regards to if someone were to use this to kind of design their own bot, um, the main pain point is they want a bot that they design themselves. So this would give them that instead of getting like a random bot from somebody who programmed it and they don't understand how it works. Recommend framing this as a bridge to botting instead of just a backtester, like a bot training ground. Yeah, that's a good idea. So most beginners lose money because they trade with their heart, not their data. Today we're building Strategy Sniper. Well, I haven't made the name yet, but that one's not so bad. The tool that lets you test drive your trading ideas through 2 years of crypto history in 2 seconds. Before you risk a dollar, you'll know exactly where what your win rate is. Okay. So people don't know how to test their strategy and they want custom trading bots. All right. I'm gonna write that down real quick and then go to the comments. So looking at the comments, so you ask AI to write a basic strategy and then ask for to write the backtest for this strategy. Um, kind of. Essentially, you wouldn't be asking AI to write the strategy. You would be kind of like manually creating your own strategy. So you could manually pick different indicators and then you could test those indicators and then the AI would basically tell you like if these indicators work or not. So you could definitely be creating your own strategy. Um, I guess maybe I could program something in it where like AI just yeah, that might be a good idea. I could try adding a feature where the AI essentially like tests out different indicators and maybe finds the best strategy for you. I should add that as like a last step. Make sure everything's working, and then that definitely gave me a good idea from that comment. And then you get free data like historical prices for different time frames for like Bitcoin or any crypto, and run the backtest on those data. Basically, yep, you get it'll go back in time and then test whatever strategy or combination of indicators you want to use. So it can like, say you try like first one indicator, it'll go back and test that and then try like maybe five different indicators, find the one that works best, then try like adding one indicator on at a time until you find the best combo, and then you could stack up to like four indicators. So another comment, good to see you here. So don't mean to be disrespectful, respect on that, but learn how to code, man. Yeah, no doubt. I just started this like a month ago. I'm a beginner and I'm trying my best to understand the code as I go. But like what I've noticed so far is it hasn't been necessary. So yeah, and I'm hearing kind of like one group of people, one set of people saying that, I need to learn how to code, and another set of people saying that it's totally not necessary to learn the code because in like, 6 months to a year, there won't be any need at all to learn how to code. So I'm just kind of trying to like stay in the middle right now, but I mean, from what I understand, learning to code takes a long time. Like, if I were to just stop all progress and stop, vibe coding until I learned how to code, that would be a long time. But vibe coding is working right now with what I know, and yeah, I guess if you could give me some more information on like what you think, what your like opinion is, I guess, in regards to why you think it's necessary to learn to code to be a good vibe coder. That would help me a lot because I'm just a beginner. I'm trying to understand. You know, there's so much to learn in regards to all this, and I'm just trying to stay focused on the most valuable thing, like the highest leverage task I can be doing. And from what I understand right now, learning to code is not that important as as like learning how to orchestrate coding agents. From what I understand, that's more important right now, learning how to orchestrate the different coding agents to make professional products. But maybe I'm wrong. And yeah, just any more like clarification on that would definitely help. But either way, good to see you here. Respect every time. And I'm going to add that let's see. I had another idea, something, maybe a feature I could add at the very end where like the AI could just test all the different combinations of indicators that are available to find the best combination based on the specific crypto that is selected. Do you think this is possible? I see what you're saying. So like the main thing, back to the comments, you think, yeah, AI will probably replace code, but every now and again the AI needs to be coded for new updates and stuff like that. Uh oh, okay. So like who's ever creating, like I wouldn't need to code anything each time the AI made an update, but the people who like work for the company that are creating it need to know how to code the new updates. So it's still going to be a skill that like is necessary for people to make these like agentic tools better. I'm seeing that now. I didn't understand that before. That makes a ton of sense. So there's always, it sounds like as long as these tools can't like self upgrade themselves, we're always going to need people that can code them. But like I don't have any intentions for, I guess, getting hired by a company. Um I'm an entrepreneur. My thing is all about like starting businesses and vibe coding products that provide a lot of value for people and just using agentic tools to do that. But I appreciate that because that gives me a much clearer understanding of like why code is important and that it is still necessary for certain aspects of vibe coding. All right, so yeah, I think Gemini is telling me that it is possible. It's also a classic application of evolutionary computing. Adding an AI optimizer as a final would take this app from a simple tool to a legitimate strategy discovery engine. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste this on my document at the side. I'm going to build it without this at first, and then I'm going to add this at the end. So what program am I creating right now is I actually don't have a name for it yet. That's going to be my next step. But essentially, I've had so many people asking me about, they want to see me create a trading bot, that I had this idea to create a program that is like a backtesting tool. Essentially, if you know what backtesting is, it's like going back in time. It's like looking at the previous price history of say Bitcoin and applying a maybe an indicator, like a very simple indicator like moving averages. So basically the way those work is like each time the moving average lines cross, depending on how they cross is whether you'd want to buy or sell. So like I could start with Bitcoin and then just use the simple moving averages and it could go back in time and look at like, okay, if I just use these moving averages to trade and bought every time it did the buying cross and sold every time it did the sell cross, like how often would this work? How much money would I had if I would have started it like that? So essentially, you can find like the best combination of tools or indicators, and then once you find that, you could kind of use that for your own custom trading bot. So like a stock market archive. Yeah, so that's like just one feature of it. So there would be like a stock market archive, so you could like look at the time in the past, look at the price movement in the past, and then you can try different combinations of indicators to, see what would have worked in the past. And then when you find something that works in the past, then you can try it with like fake money is called paper trading. You could try it in the future, and that's what I was just looking up here right now. If I do like a thing where AI could kind of like make its own strategy, then it could like also try it. You could set something to like, try this out for the next like month, and then you could come back in a month and see what happened, something like that. To see how well it works in the future, if it also works in the future like it did in the past. So yeah, this sounds like a really awesome tool. This would definitely be like the first step of creating a trading bot that would be custom. So this would basically give anyone the ability to create their own custom trading bot, because from what I understand, all the trading bots out there that people don't design themselves, they would be like, someone else created them. People don't know like what they use to create them. And people would, especially beginners, you'd want to create your own custom trading bot, because everybody has a different like trading. Everybody's kind of mind is wired differently. Everybody trades differently for the most part. So you'd want to be able to understand like what your trading style and strategy is to make your own custom bot, because that I think would have a much higher success rate than, just using some other random person's custom bot, and not like, having an understanding based on like how it works, or also have it like programmed to your own strengths and weaknesses. And two, if you're using someone else's custom bot, you're not going to understand it, so it's not going to make you better. And that's a big thing of investing, is like you shouldn't just be like doing making moves because other people tell you to. You should be trying things out for yourself, and like, that's how you learn. If you're just like, you know doing what other like experts are doing and just copying them, like you might get some success, but you're not gonna really like learn and improve, and then end up getting to your like fullest potential of where you could be. Or if you do, it'll take way longer. um yeah, respect. Definitely good to learn. This channel is started out as like an abundance mindset, and even with that, I was still doing like business. I've been an entrepreneur for like 10 to 15 years. So this channel is like abundance mindset for entrepreneurs, entrepreneur like business advice, and also I've done a lot of like investing stuff on this channel. And now I'm trying to implement vibe coding into my like business workflow. So really, this channel is a combination of everything. And from what I understand, there's nobody else out there really doing the like the other vibe coders I see are more like people with a professional programming background, whereas like I think I have more of a entrepreneurship background than the other vibe coders out here that I've seen doing these like challenges. And yeah, not only that, but I don't really see anyone like implementing the abundance mindset, because I think for business, having the right mindset is like one of the most important things in regards to a business succeeding or failing. All right, so I'm going to copy and paste this new feature rules and put them on my document that I keep to the side for reference. All right, time to decide the name. What was their name? Was name they came up with was Strategy Sniper. Okay. I kind of like the name Strategy Sniper, but I want to try some different names. I want a name that's catchy. Strategy Sniper is definitely catchy, and I want a name that if someone reads the name, they would like instantly understand what the tool does. So maybe Strategy Sniper isn't the best in regards to that aspect. But anyways, taking those two guidelines, give me a list of 20 more possible names. And this research step that I do before each build is like essentially I've been doing this same strategy for like every business I've made, and like pretty much every product I've made or service for any business that I've made. So this is based more off of like a business mindset, the the strategy and research for these tools than like how maybe how like a developer would do their research. I'm not really sure like the path a developer would use. I'm guessing most of it is very similar. But yeah, crypto checker sounds good. That's definitely sounds good. But I think it doesn't really convey the like back testing part to it. So let's see, like strategy lab, that's not catchy. I'll just say the ones that sound good. Um, bot blueprint, but it's more than just that. Um, so yeah, I think the best one is really the uh the original one they came up with, the strategy sniper. And then I think strategy sniper is the best name. Go ahead and give me 10 possible subtitles to this name that would better understand help someone better understand what this tool does. Fat crypto, probably not as good as crypto checker. Um, but yeah, so I think the main thing that doesn't convey that this is like strategy tester. Like I think strategy. That's why I'm going with strategy sniper. And this subtitle should give more information for people as to what it does. Also, too, one step I'm not doing here is since these are MVPs, I'm not checking to see if there's like available URLs or available domain names. Like when I actually do the central hub, it'll be really important that I make sure I find a name that has a available domain, like a .com name, which is the hardest part. Especially since AI came out. If you like, one thing I noticed about using AI for business, if you're asking it for names, it kind of gives everyone the same names. So when you look up the AI names, AI generated names to see if there's available domain names, there's not. And I noticed since AI came out, it's become way harder to find a available .com name for a business because AI is just generating so many names and so many people are buying these up. Yeah, like 5 to 10 years ago, it was like so easy to find a .com name for a business, but not so much today. But anyways, see these subtitles. Backtest any idea against 5 years of crypto data in seconds. The data-driven lab for your next winning strategy. I like that one. The ultimate blueprint for your future trading bot. Design, test, and evolve your automated logic. Build your edge. Trade the past, master the future. your AI-powered strategy discovery engine. I'd say it's either that or data-driven lab. I'm gonna go with data-driven lab for your next winning strategy. I just noticed from the comments someone suggested it's not as professional, but I could use a GitHub site. So I don't even know. I didn't even know GitHub had like sites on there. But yeah, I definitely would like, especially if it's like when I these are just the MVPs, so it's not a big deal. But like if I'm doing something that's going to be like a product that I'm monetizing, then I would definitely want something that's professional because it's going to be a professional business. But yeah, that's I'm going to take a note actually to look into GitHub sites because I didn't even know that existed. So I definitely want to learn more about that. And the name is Strategy Sniper. All right, I'm going to sit down real quick. All right, so now I've got all the information for the like the vision. I got my vision on this down. I got the name. So I can start with the build. So I'm gonna go to code. I gotta create a folder first and put the MD files in the folder. And I've got a dev folder in the C drive that has an apps folder and then like a folder in there for the 30 finance apps I'm doing right now. Let's see, add a new folder. Awesome, it's showing the agents MD and the Claude MD file. So I'll set up my workflow, the terminal, get Claude going. Sure, Claude Code is working in Codex in the window. Awesome. Yeah, so if you didn't know, this new workflow I've been doing, I don't know, maybe like 5 builds now, 5 to 7, something like that. So what I'm gonna be doing is I've got Claude Code open in the chat window. I'm gonna be doing plan mode to have it make a plan MD file and get the plan right. Tell it my vision. Then I'm gonna use the terminal for the build and to fix the audit, whatever the audit finds for problems and bugs. And I'm gonna be using Codex to do the audit. So it's like you know, a different that works better than having Claude audit itself. All right, so I got to switch to plan mode. There we go. All right, so this is good to know in regards to okay, yeah, I'm just looking at the comments right now. Respect that you're new here. Good to see new people. Big up yourself every time. Massive respect every time. What am I building right now? This is going to be the strategy sniper. I had so many requests to it's basically a financial app and the target market is for beginner investors. But I had so many requests that people wanted to see me build a trading bot that this tool could serve two purposes. It could help beginners just understand indicators better and understand what indicators to use for buying and selling or trading in the future. But also, if someone wanted to create a custom trading bot, they could use this to find their own combinations of essentially rules for their trading bot to use. So this would really be like the first step to making a custom trading bot. So something also I want to do with like my when I monetize this is have it so like everything, all the tools in this product or project will have a coaching element that goes with them, and it will help people understand what is like the very best custom strategy for their strengths and weaknesses, and then be able to design a custom trading bot that is like about as custom as you can get for for each person. Cause like the way you look at it right now, most of these trading bots are going to be pre-programmed for someone else's strategies, and I was going over that. That is not going to help people with the learning process, and it's more likely to have problems in the future, and they won't understand why it's not working as time and market structure change. And there's a lot that I think people don't really understand about custom trading bots. A lot of it's like really hype right now, but I see a lot of potential in the future to make it better, and I want to make the best possible trading hub, or even just like investing, just hub for investors that can do everything that they would want to do and stuff they wouldn't even know that is available. So this is a very good step for that. Um, Definitely like dual purposes on this tool right here. Oh yeah, yeah, you can put Claude in VS Code. I started with Claude in Cursor. The first workflow I had was just the cursor and Claude Code in the terminal, and I would use the cursor kind of like the plan mode and everything, and that was really good for me understanding like the real basic stuff when I started out. But after like a month, I found myself I wasn't even using cursor anymore. I was just using Claude Code in the terminal, and cursor was like 20 bucks a month, and VS Code is free. So I just upgraded my Claude plan and downgraded the cursor plan to VS Code, and VS Code is just as good as cursor. Everything I've seen is just kind of like a different layout with like how the windows work and stuff. But yeah, I'm really happy with VS Code. All right, so yeah, I think I'm ready to start the plan mode. And I just noticed the way to get rid of the tag is paying for some type of GitHub subscription. Um, what's the tag? I'm not really sure what you mean by the tag. All right, so I'm gonna check my document. that has my vision on it, and basically just read it off to Claude. Yep, I've got the VS Code up in the stream, so here we go. Today I want to create an app that is called Strategy Sniper. The subtitle for the name is The Data-Driven Lab for Your Next Winning Strategy. I'm creating this app mainly for beginner investors. And the major pain points that I wanted to solve are in regards to beginners not understanding how to test their strategies. And also, it could have a dual purpose to be like the first step of creating a trading bot that's custom. So people want custom trading bots, but they don't know how to build them. So this is basically going to be a strategy tester. And it could also be like the first step someone has for creating a custom trading bot. So the logic for this, the different features I wanted to have is for data logic, I want to use the Binance Public API to focus on the top 20 cryptos. So this will just be for cryptocurrencies right now. And there should be a drop down with the top 20 tickers. The time frame should be 1 hour, 4 hours, or daily candles. This is going to be using a candlestick chart. Usually the best candlestick charts I've gotten from have been from TradingView. So there should be a candle fetcher, essentially something that gives us enough history to test strategies, to like back test. So there should be like at least 2 years. I don't know what would be the best time amount, anywhere from the last 2 to 5 years. And the brain of this tool is going to be a multi-stacker system that allows the user to activate or deactivate up to 4 different indicators simultaneously. So essentially, I'm going to need libraries for you to look for to get the major trading indicators like moving averages, RSI, MACD, Bollinger Bands, and I think we'll go with like the 10 what you think are most important or most used trading indicators. And we can use a logical conjunction, the AND rule, for the bot logic. So basically, an example would be buy only if the RSI is below 30 and price is above the 200 EMA. What I would want this to do would be to like you start with one indicator and you can just go back in time and back test that indicator, and it would show on the chart, like it would have it would list like, you know, kind of a green arrow for where it would buy and a red arrow for where it would sell. And you could start out with maybe a certain amount of like paper money, for like it would be like a paper trader back testing. So you could then, like, you know, add another indicator on top of one once you find one that you like, till you can add up to like 4 indicators on top of each other. So there should be a signal generator, a loop that checks every single historical candle and asks, do the current settings match the buy rules? If yes, then mark that timestamp. There should be a scoreboard for performance logic. This is how the chart turns into a tool. We need to calculate if the user would actually have made money. So like the virtual wallet, let's just say they start with $10,000. There's a trade execution simulation for the entry buy at the close of the signal candle and the exit sell when the opposite signal occurs or when a fixed stop loss take profit is hit. So there also needs to be a fixed stop loss for each trade that I'll have to be for 2% win rate calculator that has the total wins divided by the total trades times 100, a profit factor, the total gains versus the total losses. And for the UI and UX features, I was talking about before using the trading view charts. I think that also means lightweight charts. An equity curve, a small line chart below the price chart showing the initial $10,000 growing or shrinking over time while it's implementing the strategy. And one-click preset buttons for famous strategies like the Golden Cross or RSI mean reversion, so beginners can start with a template and then tweak it. Also, remember to check the Claude MD file before you start. Yeah. All right, so there's the just me explaining my vision to Claude Code in plan mode. Oh, what's up, Jobby? Respect every time. Let's see. Just scrolling up the comments, seeing what I missed while I was doing the plan mode. Um, Someone's asking what I'm gonna do after day 30 hits. I'm gonna start phase 2, and basically building the central hub. So that's gonna be like what I will be monetizing. That will be like the main product for the business, for the finance business. Yeah, you got the vibe coding fever too. Yeah, definitely I do too. And that's awesome. You've done 3 apps this weekend. Built a Pokemon app. Okay, I don't know too much about Pokemon, but I know it's trending big right now. Like from what I understand, people pay like tons of money for these cards. I just know that it's a game and that it's like kind of like a game you play with cards and people pay a lot of money for the cards. So that's awesome. I'm sure there's a big market for that if you would actually want to, like, if it worked well and it provided a lot of value, you could monetize something like that. Just probably make sure you're not like looking to copyright stuff with Pokemon. Um, Trading journal with mentoring with Perplexity. Oh, that's cool. Nothing like it on the market. Yeah, I definitely want to try Perplexity implementing into some projects. Hopefully you got some good inspiration from the trading journal I created, especially in regards to like how the AI would give you customized advice and pick up on your strengths and weaknesses over time. And yeah, no doubt. Hoping that it never is taken away from us. Like one day they just realize, the AI companies realize they gave us too much power in doing this, or who knows, the government is like, yeah, people shouldn't do this. It's taking away too many jobs or something. Who knows? But yeah, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think yeah, abundance. This is only going to get better, and it's just going to serve us even more. And I'm really excited about the future. I think I think I'm learning so much, and yeah, I'm just really blessed. We're all blessed that we have this in our lives, and that we can combine this with like business teachings and create. I mean, this is giving us the ability to create just incredibly profitable businesses with incredibly small teams. I mean, we're going to be able to build like million dollar a year businesses with essentially no employees. I mean, and then the only employees we'd really need are just someone that could like manage everything for us, and then we could just go start the next business. So we could just like build a super profitable business, hire one or two people to run it for us once we build out all the systems for it, and then just repeat the process over and over again. And the time and money it will cost us will be like less than 5% of what it would have costed like, even a year or 2 years ago. So how's it going, Jake? Good to see you. Respect every time. So I'm seeing another question. What's the main future plan? And currently, what am I building? So right now I'm building the strategy sniper. I just it's creating the plan MD right now. I just did the just created my vision, did the market research for like the gaps to fill in the market with this tool, created a name. It's doing the plan MD, and then I'll get to start with the actual build. And for the main future plan is going to be, I'm on day, I think this is 28 of 30 for 30 different apps. So the main future plan is to combine these apps into a central hub, and that's going to be the next phase, is combining everything into a central hub, and just making that the best possible finance hub that exists on the market. So I'm going to do that. Everything right now is all these 30 tools are MVPs. They're all free in the YouTube description. The links are there to each one. Once I monetize it, I think the majority of those links will be taken down. It'll just be like the link for the hub. What I plan on doing right now for the hub is having like a free tier that has kind of like the most basic tools, and I could just like send traffic to the basic tools on the free tier, show people how much value they can get, and then I'll have like different kind of like levels of subscriptions, like maybe like a $10 subscription for like the next like paid tier, and then also have maybe like a $50 paid tier subscription that's like the entire hub, and then maybe even like what do you call, like a custom trading bot subscription level that would be even more than that. But yeah, nothing is for certain yet with the how that's going to work with the monetization. That's just kind of like my vision for right now, but I'm almost there. Definitely came a long way in a short period of time. So yeah, I'm definitely getting a lot of value, providing a lot of value, hopefully, and getting a lot of value from everyone in the comments. So this is awesome. You told your AI to be CEO and to deploy the necessary subagents with subagent departments to build your app for potential sale. And then it went crazy on swarming and ran for hours. That's awesome. Yeah, so yeah, I bet you that's another thing. Like I know that people have already created like AI CEO systems, and essentially that's me right now. Like I'm like being the CEO, and that's really like for any business, like you want to be the CEO. You want AI to be able to automate everything that is not CEO work. So CEO work is like the planning for the business, like um just focusing on the main things that are going to bring revenue into the business. And then you should one at a time just automate each process. So you have to learn how to use Nano Banana or something that builds sexy UI that's disruptive. So far, it's shelf stuff. Yeah, I have tried Nano Banana a few times, and yeah, that's definitely going to be a big part of phase two, because with these MVPs, I have not been focusing on UI really at all. because I'm just focusing on creating apps that solve the main function. So all these apps I will be making way better when they're implemented in the main hub, and part of that will be definitely getting better at UI. So I'm sure UI is going to be a major part of phase two. Um, and ensure to cover what the services will need from you on pings and bandwidth with more users come for more responsibility. Yeah, that's the main thing. From what I understand about vibe coding is like it's really easy to do these tools that maybe only like one or two people use, but once you get to mass adoption, that's really where like the real challenge is going to be and the most problems are going to pop up. So I'm definitely going to take a note down about the focusing on the pings and the bandwidth. Also, I want to look more into agent swarms. Yeah, respect. It's so awesome to have so many people that are at the kind of like the same learning phase or stage that I'm at. So yeah, it's really good to like everybody's helping everybody, and yeah, this is I'm getting so much more value out of doing this live than I ever could have imagined. And that Discord too is like that Discord's money. I definitely want to keep growing the Discord, and especially in regards to having a place where people can post their projects up and get inspiration from each other. And that being said, too, I'm also doing like a challenge. I've still got at least one free week for Claude Code. So on Tuesday, I'll check over the past week to see what I think is the coolest app that someone posted, and then give them that free week of Claude Code. And hopefully that I didn't just get 3 for the max plan. I get 3 a month. So hopefully I could do that just like every week almost. All right, the plan MD is created. So awesome. It's listening to my Claude MD to stop the process so I can do the build in the terminal. So I'm going to look at the plan MD. I'm going to copy and paste the steps part. Here it is, the build steps. If I can find them. Yeah, so usually in the Plan MD, there's like a step-by-step building process, but I don't see one here. So I'm gonna copy and paste this into Gemini and ask it why it thinks it didn't do that here, because I feel like I would need that for the build. I've never seen it do this before. All right, back to there we go. So I just had Claude Code plan mode create the plan MD, and this is the only time I have not seen, looking over the plan MD, I don't see like a step-by-step build process here. So I'm going to copy and paste the entire plan MD here and let me know, like, do you see it? Because I don't. And if not, it sounds like it's pretty necessary for the way I'm building, to where I'm having Claude in the terminal build things like, you know, a step or a few steps at a time. So let me know like what I should say to Claude Code plan mode to get the steps written down in the plan MD. Yeah, also even just looking at the comments, like definitely the part of talking through it, like I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't on live stream, and I had no idea, like this is helping me so much. You know that like what they say is like the best way to learn something is to learn it and then teach it to other people, because that like reinforces it in your mind, like what you learn, because a lot of times if you just learn something and then like implement it, it's not going to reinforce it in your mind as well as if you're like actually teaching it to people. And yeah, almost to 15K subs. um Most of those like I did have before, just from like this is a channel I've been doing for like I think I saw recently it was like the 7 year anniversary it showed on the analytics in YouTube. But I would like, I did it for a couple years and then I kind of like went on to something else and didn't do much of it. And then I picked it up with like a different direction and did it for a while. And then I recently wasn't doing much with it except for like trying different AI avatars. And that wasn't working so well. And I just kind of like, decided to like change directions. And yeah, this has been the most, not only like the best angle I've taken for YouTube is doing this challenge, but this has been like the funnest, most motivating thing for me to do, to keep posting on YouTube. So yeah, this is only the beginning, and it's so awesome to know that this is going to be an awesome journey. Yeah, it makes you think about it differently. Also, um, definitely catch a lot more errors. I feel like when I'm talking things over live. I did not know there's an NTFY that you could have a notification sent to your phone when it's done with like a build or something. I'm gonna take a note for that. Hey, what's up, Akash? Good to see you. Big up yourself every time. Massive respect. Just getting into the new build for the strategy sniper. This could either be like a way to backtest different strategies, try out different indicators, or it could also be the first step to someone building their own custom trading bot. And yeah, vibe coding is a perfect mix of problem solving and instant gratification. That is very true. I know that like I get better at like solving these problems and understanding, especially how to avoid problems every day I do it. Um, and You're completely new to vibe coding and coding in general. This seems exciting. Yeah, same here. And it's so awesome to have beginners on this channel. Like, massive respect to all the people who are actually like coders who, when I first started, who helped me through so many problems. But yeah, the main reason I made this channel, I think the main kind of gap in the market I saw was like all the other vibe coders that I saw that were especially doing challenges like this. They seem to be like experienced developers that had already been like, writing their own code and developing. So when I was listening to them and watching their process, so much of it I really didn't understand. It was like, they were using really technical terms and it was way over my head. So I'm like, I want to do something that can show people like, what a beginner's like looks like to learn this stuff. And yeah, the first like 10 days I was really lost. I just had no idea what I was doing. But now I'm getting like the level I'm at right now is way better than where I thought I would be after a month of doing this. So, how much am I paying for the agentic coding, and what is the AI tool that I'm using, and which plan is that? Okay, so paying for the agentic coding, got the max plan for Claude, that's 200. I've got the Codex is just $20 a month for the basic plan because it's just doing the auditing. Um, and I've got some tools like Ideogram for images, and I've got the Open AI for some images. Let's see. So I'm thinking right now I'm about like maybe $250 a month, and I'm sure that will just go up. And the sooner I start making income, basically my plan is to like at least for the beginning stages of the business, is to just invest everything I make back into the business. So sooner I start making income, the sooner I'll be doing like the max plans for everything because um I'm sure I'll be using much more when I'm creating bigger things. I talk like AI. I believe it. I've been talking with AI like before I started vibe coding. I was like I was going all in on LLMs, and yeah, I just learning how to talk to LLMs was like definitely a process to get like the best outputs, and like learning how to talk like a prompt engineer and stuff like that. So I believe it. And from like coming from the outside, like I never even like noticed that, became aware of it. But yeah, I think that's a huge pain point that I've seen, a problem that could be like if you're looking for tools to build for AI, you could have like maybe an AI translator, because like most people like really have difficulty understanding like how to talk to AI to get what they want out of it. Most people just get like AI slop because they don't know how to talk to AI to be like as specific, and how to have it like understand their style, and for them to understand AI. And I often say like my process, it was just like maybe talking to somebody, like meeting a person who just like thinks differently than anyone you've ever talked to in your life. And the more you talk to them, the more you understand how they think. So then the more you're able to like better communicate with them. And I think there's a lot of money in that, kind of bridging the gap for people who don't know how to talk to AI to get what they're trying to get out of it. So a suggestion to start making websites for businesses for passive income on the side. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, but I have a much better idea. So not just websites, but I think also I want to make business systems for other businesses. So I think well, not think, but I know that part of this is going to be creating a business system for this investing business. So I'll create a business system for this investing business. And once I make that, then I'll essentially be able to know how to create a custom business system for any business. Because from what I understand about like the trends that are changing with AI, is in the past, people made SaaS, like software as a service for businesses, but they're all kind of like one size fits all. And there's all these different SaaS software companies out there that are focused on different areas of businesses, like, CRM, marketing, stuff like that. But now people have the potential to build custom software for each business, and they can build it much cheaper and quicker than like a SaaS. So I want to do something like that, but I think I mean I definitely need to like implement it first into my own business before I know how to do it so I could sell it to other people. But that's what I think that's where I think in the future that I understand that the best, because I already understood like marketing. Marketing's been like my favorite area of business that I've studied the most. So I'll be able to create, like, I think very good marketing systems just because my marketing understanding is so good, and all kinds of business systems that I could then customize for any other business. So basically, like, when I say, the name of this channel, or not channel, but the name of this challenge is vibe coding to $1 million. That's really like, it's not just like this finance stuff that I think can get me there to that million. It's really any kind of vibe coding. Like there's like, I think, like limitless possibilities of how I could monetize vibe coding right now. So I'm not just gonna be, it's gonna be, there's gonna be, I feel like, a lot of phases to this. Usually with businesses in the past, it's right. I start like monetizing businesses after, like, staying locked in and focused for at least like 6 months to a year is kind of where my like time frame has been to where a business starts being monetized. So I'm thinking it's going to take probably about 6 months to, like, have the money coming in. But yeah, this first month has really been just like learning vibe coding. And what I've seen, like some other vibe coders on here, they start making money right away. I think they're kind of coming in with like a plan. They already are like really good vibe coders, and they're coming in with a really good plan. So maybe they're monetizing quicker. But yeah, at the end of the day, that's kind of like my business process. So yeah, that monthly SEO model um, is passive income for sure. And then yeah, that's not so you're saying it's not passive income to do like business systems. Well, like in a way it is. Like, yeah, I'd still have to find clients and sales and all that, but the way it would make the most sense would be to sell them a business service kind of under a SaaS model where, I would charge them like a certain fee for implementing it, but then there would be like a monthly fee to like maintain it and make it better. Because these business systems, like, the potential here with like the SaaS, like, you would set them up and get them on a monthly fee, but then like it's going to be doing the SaaS like the previous way SaaS worked, would it would be doing pretty much the same process every month. And maybe it would like get your numbers, like business numbers, kind of locked in over time. But I think there's way more potential now with custom business tools to where you could, have a monthly fee, and then you would just like go and take the data you're getting and like have the system get smarter every month. And yeah, we're definitely focused right now. The main focus is the finance tools that we're building. Also though, it's just, business structure, business knowledge too, and also abundance mindset and like business mindset stuff. Um, that's awesome that that trading journal is what got you inspired. Yeah, that trading journal maybe is my favorite app, at least for like where I see me getting like the most value out of any app I've made. Like, I always wanted to make something like that because there's already, like, simple trading journals that people used before that you just like kind of log in your buys and sells, but now it has the potential to analyze like your success over time and like recognize, like, where you're making your most mistakes, where you're getting your most wins from. And it's not just like the more concrete stuff like buys and sells and indicators like in the past, but now can also implement like mindset stuff. Yeah, I've been a trader in the past. I currently am a trader right now. I'm not a I mostly do swing trades. So usually I'm in trades for a day to maybe like 3 days. Um, I've gotten really good at, also I'm invest. I also just like invest. I also buy. It's called spot, when you just like buy something and hold for like a long time. So I also do spot mostly for the stock market. Well, I've done spot in crypto for a long time. I started out doing spot. That's really the best thing I would advise for beginner investors. Just focus on when to buy, and focus on buying and holding for like a long time, at least like 10 years. Don't even think about like, when am I going to sell this? Just focus on the best time to buy. Focus on, buying finding the best companies to buy, and yeah, that just evolves into trading. Trading is something that looks really easy when you look at charts and you're like, oh, I could just like buy low, sell high. I could have just bought here and sold there. But then when you try it, there's a lot more to it that you don't understand, that takes a lot longer to learn. But I'm definitely consistently profitable trader. My biggest struggle right now focusing on is when to sell. Um, like all my trades, I feel like I'm usually selling too early. It's just really difficult for me to like stay in a trade. Um, but yeah, I'm getting better at it. Um, right now, I've made a ton of good trades, and Bitcoin's just kind of like breaking out of the range that it's been bouncing around in for like over a month. So, yeah, I see. I mostly, yeah, I trade crypto too. I don't trade the stock markets that much because crypto's like 24/7. It moves way faster for trading. It's very easy to get like a 5% move in a day with crypto, whereas like the stock market, that's much like more rare. And when I talk about monthly SEO model, it's like a monthly report. Um, I guess yeah, it could be basically a monthly report. But also it would run the SEO. Like I wouldn't have something that just because like that's kind of what the tools already do. But now with AI's potential, like you could run the SEO. So like you could just looking into what's possible. I haven't built anything yet, but like I could build something that goes and like does the SEO research for a business and then puts out marketing content, trying out different SEO angles, and then it tracks over time like what does the best through analytics, and then it kind of doubles down on what's working and stops doing what's not working. So it would be like not just like how SEO worked in the past, where it'd be like a simple monthly report, but it would like take that monthly report and then implement what it finds from the report automatically, and then the businesses would pay like a monthly fee that would be more for making the tool work better over time, I guess, if that makes sense. So yeah, there would definitely be like the need for a contract. Yeah, every idea is a great idea if you make it. That's a good quote, because as an entrepreneur, my biggest problem has always been having too many good ideas. And it's so easy to like switch from idea to idea. But like one of my mentors that I met a long time ago, he saw that right away and he was like, dude, I think the best thing I can tell you is laser focus. Just pick one thing, laser focus until it's done. And so I just got to focus on one business at a time, get it up, get it going, and hire somebody to run it, and then move on to the next idea. And yeah, just I know like ideas, having those ideas and those visions, definitely like a skill that I think anybody can learn. You just got to kind of tune your mind to start doing it, and over time you'll start having better and better and more ideas. Yeah, trading is definitely like another income source. It's all about I'm just trying to have as many income sources as possible, all of doing things I love to do. And yeah, trading's like a strategy game to me. Trading's almost like, because I really like to play chess, and chess is a game I only learned it like a couple years ago. But yeah, trading feels like more like a video game to me, and I don't really like video games, but um like certain strategies like in trading and like getting better at trading reminds me a lot of like playing video games or like chess or something. Yeah, I noticed you're talking about like people in prop firms and stuff like that. Yeah, those guys can definitely make a lot of money. But that's the main reason I don't like day trading. Um, I don't want to spend all my time trading. I feel like just like maybe like gambling or betting on sports. Like I only do it once in a while because I feel like it's not creating value for society, and I want to make my money from creating value to society, and also just sitting there all day and day trading and like just staring at the charts all day. I don't that's not fun to me. I want to just like look at a chart and know when to get in, and then I can just like put in my trade and I can just forget it and let it go and let it run, put in a stop loss, and then maybe check it like once or twice a day. And I don't like having to sit there and like just do the day trading, but some people love doing that. Not me, not so much. Let's see. I should get back to the build real quick. I'm getting through the comments. Sky's the limit for sure. Let's say you know how to trade, but you don't have money, you can reach a prop firm. They give you some tests, and if you pass those, yep. So I've met a lot of people who don't know how to, or they know how to trade, but from like paper trading, but they don't have money, and then they try the prop firm. But I think most of them fail. Prop firms, I think they should be more selective. But anyways, I think if you know how to trade and you don't have money, you probably don't know how to trade that well, because if you're trading with fake money, it's not going to give you the same experience as trading with real money, because having that real money and having skin in the game is a very different scenario than trading with fake money. So I think you shouldn't be trying to like do the prop firm stuff unless you've already proven yourself that you're consistently profitable with real money. And I've seen way too many people you know um get pulled into these prop firms because they know somebody else that did it or something like that. But I can tell they're really not ready for it. But the prop firms don't filter those people out. They're happy to, because you have to like pay these prop firms to like get started. So they're very happy to take people's money who just think they're ready, but they're not ready yet. But anyways, people doing manual trading. Um, so if you're not doing manual trading, you're not going to be learning that much. If you automate everything, the market structure changes over time. So like one strategy you're going to have to learn to shift, but still it's going to be still like, I mean, the best I think advice I have to somebody is like start trading with money that like doesn't matter to you. That's different for everybody. Like maybe someone risking $100 on a trade, they won't be able to sleep at night. They're going to be too worried about losing $100 because that's like 10% of their net worth. Whereas like if that person would have just tried trading with like $10, it would be a totally different mindset for them. So I think the best thing to say is like trading is something where like you have no idea how much is involved with it until you actually do it with real money. And then the mindset and the psychology really comes into play, and you can never experience what that's like until you start trading with real money. So anyways, this so Gemini is telling me the step-by-step process for the plan is there. It's right under the build steps. Um oh, they're just way more condensed than before. Okay, so I've got a prompt to basically add more to the build steps, so that, because I think building that out in the terminal, it might not work so well without the like more specific stuff for each step. So this is a good prompt I'm going to give to Claude in the plan mode. Make sure that I copy and paste the right thing. Here we go. So it should change this these build steps to include more information so that the build is more accurate, I think. I'm gonna get some of this mindset information. Feel like it's a good time to talk about the mindset stuff when Claude is working. So talking about like trading as a game. Going from mindset teaching. So like life has like rules and laws, and once you understand them, you can win consistently. And that's just like trading. It's all about like the mindset. And here we go. Done. The build step section has been rewritten. So I'm looking at the plan MD and still don't see these steps. It says build steps and it's like dot dot dot. Yeah, this is weird how it just like sometimes it just changes how it works. Okay, back to Gemini because this is weird. But I don't think, I'm guessing it's not a problem. I'm just going to try it like this because if it's already programmed like this, maybe it doesn't need as much information as before. Um, I'll see what Gemini thinks actually. All right, so Claude Code told me that it made the changes and it added more information to the steps. I still don't see it in the Plan MD. I'm going to paste what the Plan MD shows even after it said it made the upgrade. But the main thing is like, let me know what you think. Like, could I just use this Plan MD and not have any problems, or do you think it's like very necessary that I get this this more information in there to not have problems during the build. Because maybe like Claude Code just made an upgrade to how they do the plan MD to where they just structured the information differently to where it's like not all in the steps like before, and it can still do the same quality of build. But let me know what you think. So in the comments, what's the benefit of running Claude Code on VS Code versus just within the Claude Code desktop? Um, I do remember in the past there was a reason it was better. I can't remember exactly. I feel like wow. I think the main thing that I can think of first is like if I just did it in the Claude Code desktop, I'm not going to be able to also use codecs, and I believe the terminal. I believe the main reason is like using the terminal for the build was better for context, I think. But there definitely were some things that because I did my first build just off the Claude Code desktop, and yeah, it built it pretty easily. But I would definitely I'm gonna look that up when I'm done with this Plan MD and I get the first step running. Um, Gemini is saying communication lag between Claude's internal logic and what it actually wrote to the file. Claude thinks it added the details, but it actually just summarized the existing headers. The version of the Plan MD, you just pasted exactly what you need. It has the 10-step checklist. Okay. But if I were to use the previous summary version, Claude Code in the terminal would likely have made 3 major mistakes. Would have tried to build the chart, the backtester, and the API all in one step. Okay, so good thing I noticed that. Definitely, it's good to check when you make a Plan MD. Check the steps and make sure that it gave the correct information for each step. It would have likely forgotten the end logic. Okay, so yeah, good thing I noticed that. Copy the entire text I just pasted and save it over the current Plan MD file. I don't think it understands like that was the Plan MD file that I just pasted. Okay. I want you to create a list saying like if it's possible to combine any of these steps. So show me what steps could be combined together. All right, so just keep steps 1, 7, and 10 separate and then combine these. Okay. I'm going to put this on my document I keep on the side. All right, so here we go with the build. Oh yeah. I also want to give it that prompt to just run. Can you tell me that prompt that I can give it to just have the terminal just run without asking me if I want to proceed every time? Um, See, Javi's talking about a prompt with a sound is good. I don't know what that is. I guess a prompt with a sound. Like the prompt makes a sound, or I really don't understand. So another like business mindset, abundance mindset teaching is about detachment from outcomes. So clinging to specific outcomes creates resistance. It's better just to state your intention, feel it as real, let it go, and trust the process. So with this, like I don't know how I'm gonna get to like monetization. I didn't know when I started. When I started this, I didn't even know I was gonna be doing the investment stuff. I had other ideas for other apps, and I was just thinking I would make like, a bunch of different apps to see which one worked best. But I quickly realized, I think on like day two, that like day two I did a finance app, and then that just like opened my mind to more finance apps, and I realized that like, I understood finance really well, that I could do more apps like that. And then after I started creating more finance apps, I realized that it made a lot of sense to learn vibe coding, to focus on creating things in the same niche, because like, there's all kinds of different APIs and different things that I'm kind of like learning on each build that apply to finance. So now I have a much better idea of how all that goes. And it was maybe by like I'm guessing like fifth to 10th finance app that I built, that the idea just came to me to you know, the likelihood of one of these apps like blowing up and going viral is very low. A lot of people do that strategy where they just try to put as many apps on the app store as possible and hope that like one of them does well. I've done that before with books, and it did work to where like, my first like 10 books didn't sell anything, and it was like my 10th book. And I realized from writing so many books and starting a publishing company and paying people to write books, that like the 80-20 principle, kind of like 20% of what you do is going to account for like 80% of like your profits or like your success, and that usually you don't know what that's going to be. One of the biggest problems people have, for like especially beginners, entrepreneurs and business people, is they think they have a really good idea, that people are going to really want it and people are going to use it, and then they spend a lot of time building something, they find out nobody wants it. So the best thing to do is like do research, find out what people want, and then build that. So basically, that started making more sense. Like I kind of already knew that, but I was new to this whole coding thing, and I realized like it would make way more sense to put this all together. So then like the next step came to me, and you never really need to know the whole way there. You just like, know the step you're on, and know that like, have faith that if you just implement that, that the next step will show up after that. Because way too many people try to like, plan like how everything is going to work out, and not just business, but in life. But it's better to just have a goal, and to just do that first step, and be really open to the way things will play out. Because like if you say like, okay, I have to do this certain like process to get there, maybe that doesn't work, and then you're following something that is just going to be like a lot of resistance. And it's all about path of least resistance. Like if something's not working, it's better to just try a different path that works. So all right, here we go with the audit prompt. Going to do the first audit. Oh, about that sound thing too. Back to the comments. So you can ask Claude Code to make a sound when it's done doing its thing, and it needs you to look. Respect, yeah. Um, yeah, abundance mindset is major. Um, that's how the channel started. Was essentially it was like Abraham Hicks teachings, and really I've been studying these abundance mindset people like Bob Proctor, Abraham Hicks, Wayne Dyer, um, Think and Grow Rich. Who's the guy that wrote that? Napoleon Hill. There's so many of them, and like as the more I've learned from these teachers, essentially the more I see like it's all like kind of the same information that's been passed down through generations. And like I remember someone mentioned like Richest Man in Babylon. Like that was a book from like I think hundreds of years ago, and that was like that's essentially the same abundance mindset teachings. And really I've traced it back, like it goes back thousands of years. Like there were like yogis and like monks that were like meditating up in like, like Nepal and like different places of the world, all over the world, that they were all like the ancient Egyptians. Like they've all kind of come to these, you look back at all their like ancient teachings, and it's like they all understood this stuff. But like this is not like mainstream, I feel like, information. This is stuff that's been like passed down, that like teachers have just like, applied it to like the current generation, and then like retaught it. Um so yeah, it's I feel like that stuff provides a lot of value and is good. I appreciate that people are letting me know that they're getting value from the mindset stuff. So I got the next prompt for the do the audit fix, and then I'm going to do the first GitHub push. And also I want to look into the sound, like an alert basically when it's done. So I'll go into GitHub and create the repository for this project. I'm going to give the URL for that repository to Gemini and have it create the prompt with the URL for the first push. I just got the URL from creating a repository for this project on GitHub. I'm going to paste it here. I want you to give me a prompt that I can just give to Claude Code and it will do the first GitHub push. Try this dangerously skip permissions prompt for the first time. Before I had it in my Claude MD, but it didn't work. And so I just went back to the Claude MD I had before I implemented it. And it sounds like the reason it wasn't working, I just have too much information in my Claude MD. But oh, I can't run that command. All right, I'm just not even gonna worry about skipping permissions for this build then. That's something that is I thought would be super easy to figure out how to do, but having a lot of problems finding a way to do that. I think the best uh situation is going to be something in the Claude MD that it probably will be not as risky either if I like phrase it right through the Claude MD. So anyways, let's see. Do this first GitHub push. Gonna see what Gemini thinks about Claude not being able to run that command. Yeah, yeah, definitely back in the comments I see you learn a lot by reading what the AI is actually doing, not just letting it auto run. 100%. I'm definitely getting better, like reading it faster. But that's the main reason I started with Cursor, because Cursor gave a lot more detailed explanations of what was going on, and it ran a lot slower. When I first tried using the terminal, it was moving so fast I had no idea what it was talking about. But now I'm definitely picking up way more, and yeah, that is super important. I feel like it definitely slows me down, but understanding this stuff, especially with like what the audit is doing, is major. Like the problems it's finding, it really helps my brain understand like you know the best way to like build things, like what is capable to be built, where is most likely the problems are going to arise from. Like most of my problems come in regards to like different API stuff. So I've gotten a lot better about like implementing like APIs right and stuff like that. But yeah, that's definitely definitely important. And it's Gemini is so you're talking about pinning Gemini against Claude. Essentially I'm using just Gemini right now for an LLM. So like I'll like when Claude says stuff maybe that I don't understand, I'll copy and paste it into Gemini and have it explain it. I was doing that with a combination of like I was trying Gemini and Claude's LLM, but I found out that like Claude's LLM, maybe it's just me and the way like my mind works, but Gemini is like much better at explaining things to me. Even building, even if I'm using it as like kind of a middleman for a build, Claude LLM for some reason just like tries to get me to do things the most difficult way possible. And Gemini seems to just get right to the point and like I just fly through things with Gemini, whereas like Claude, I'm constantly telling it like there's got to be an easier way. Like, can't I just like have Claude Code do it automatically? And it'll be like, oh yeah, you can totally do that. That's actually the better way. And it's like, well, why didn't you just tell me that from the start? And it's like, I don't know. And then it just keeps doing that. So, anyways, yeah, Gemini I think works way better for that. But what I'm using is Codex, which is GPT for the audit. So I found that like yeah, having that independent audit instead of having Claude audit itself works way better. So yeah, I'm gonna double check, make sure the file structure is there on GitHub, and it is. That's awesome. So yeah, everything started with that. So I can start steps 2 and 3. Yeah, that Codex, and it's awesome because with Codex, like I don't see like if I'm just using it for auditing, like the $20 plan works fine because I'm not having Codex do the audit fixes. I'm just having Codex like do the audit to find the problems, and then it gives me a prompt that I can just show to Claude that will show it what to fix. Because from what I learned for like a professional workflow, it's really important to have Claude fix its own mistakes. Because then, if Claude is fixing its own mistakes, especially like how I'm doing it incrementally throughout the build and not just at the end of the build, it learns like, what it remembers. Like, okay, I missed this, and here's the fix. So then it's going to remember like that for the future of the build. Because if Gemini does the fix, then it's like it's not remembering like I mean, it can go back and it'll see the files were changed, but it doesn't remember like it doesn't know why it made the problem. And I think this helps it get better with the build through the process, doing it this way. And especially now that Claude has the like 5 times more context, 5 times bigger context window. Um, I'm able to get done the builds and the audit fixes without having to compact the context window most of the time. Definitely time to stand up and get my energy up. What am I doing typing? Please create a prompt that I can give to Claude to make the fixes on what you found. And remember to check the agents.md file because there's a rule for that in there so that you keep creating that prompt after every audit. Yeah, because I have it on the prompt to do medium and high fixes, and there's one medium. So it should have done that. Yeah, definitely AI is not perfect. So I run AI, AI doesn't run I still got to manage it. I don't want AI to manage me. I don't want to just blindly follow what it says. I have definitely got in the habit of like it working perfectly for certain things, and then I just like kind of get into autopilot, and then it just like changes and makes a mistake, something that it always did right before. So always double checking it, making sure that I'm managing it. It's not managing me. I got to make sure that it's my vision. It'll try to lead me down a path that is kind of programmed to take me, and that's going to be taken away from my vision. And I want to make sure that I'm always correcting it to stick to my vision because I definitely notice in AI in the AI world, especially even before I was doing the vibe coding, when I was just creating like content and stuff. Like it'll a lot of the stuff people create with AI just looks the exact same, and like that's kind of what people call slop because they just like let AI like take them down the whole path of creating something. Okay, here we go. Oh, I didn't thought I gave it the prompt, but I guess not. Well, if I did, no big deal. Oh yeah, it did fix it. That's strange. Anyways, all right. So I just did 2 and 3. So now I think step 4 was by itself. Yeah, step 4 by itself. And I just caught that. Like I was just talking about that, and it was telling me to combine steps 2 and 3, 5 and 6, 8 and 9, and do step 1, 7 and 10 by itself, but did not have step 4 on there. So I almost accidentally skipped building step 4 altogether. Good thing I caught it. And I noticed too, like certain days, it's like everything just seems to like flow really smooth. And certain days, it's just doing like everything different and like making a ton of mistakes. And the same thing I noted, like this is in regards to the agents and the coding, but I noticed with like the different LLMs, it's usually like maybe like one chat, it just like doesn't work very well with everything. And then like when I find like I'll start a new chat and everything just works. And then I try to like keep using that same chat as much as I can, even though like the more you use it, the less it remembers. But yeah, it's weird like that. All right, we got a prompt for the audit. And I'm thinking after I do steps 8 and 9, then I can start checking the local browser. Cause yeah, right now there's just not gonna be that much to see. Even though, like, from what I understand, professional coders will check the local browser between every step. But when I do that on like the early steps, I mean, all it's showing me is that, like, it's like just showing like the name of the app. About some more mindset teachings, we got no limit living. Um, this is like the main theme from the book called "The Sky's the Limit" by Wayne Dyer, and he's not like the first person to teach this, but anyways, all limitations are self-imposed mental constructs. Everyone is capable of far more than your conditioning has told you. So that's like, vibe coding your mind. You can basically like reprogram your subconscious. NLP is like another way to do this. If you ever heard of NLP, I think, yeah, I first heard of NLP because it's like vibe coding for your mind. I remember hearing this from like Tony Robbins and all them way back in the day. I got like a free NLP course, read some books. I remember this watching these videos of like Milton Erickson was like the original person in our like generation that was teaching NLP, like the best teacher. And I remember seeing some of his videos, and it was like some hypnosis stuff. Like he wasn't actually hypnotizing people, but it was just on another level. It really opened up my mind to what's possible with this NLP stuff, like reprogramming your mind for success. And now NLP is like an AI terminology. And I remember looking it up, and it was very similar to like it was like NLP for your mind, but like applied to like programming and AI and stuff. All right, here we go. So yeah, you're capable of far more than your conditioning has told you. And I definitely know that is true because my conditioning told me that everything depended on me getting like a college degree for like success in life. That was like my programming was like I'm not going to be successful in life unless I go to college and get like a degree. And like if I didn't have that, like I would just be like a loser. And I believe that for like the first part of my life, like that was definitely what was like conditioned on me like every day. And I only learned later in life after I like did go to college that that really wasn't anything. So anyways, awesome, ready for the next step. So I just did 4, I got 5 and 6 now. Yep. So you attract what you are, not what you want. This is a very similar teaching from Bob Proctor. He teaches a lot in using like vibration and vibes as like kind of terminology for explaining this stuff. And so like if you want love but you carry bitterness, you're going to only attract more bitterness. If you want success but you carry, I guess what word would be the opposite, like doubt. If you want success but you carry doubt, you're going to only attract more of what you doubt. It's like whatever you focus on will expand. Um, your focus is energy. Your focus is vibration, and the more you focus on something, and the more you stay focused on just one thing at a time, the more you spread your focus, the less energy you're giving to like one particular thing. You just stay focused on one thing, get your internal energy up. Um, Focus is a skill anyone can build to like focus better, have better focus. One way that ancient yogis used to do that was just they would do a meditation where they would just sit in the dark and light a candle and just stare at the flame of the candle, and this would build focus. And like I still do that today. So a lot of sports build focus, like nothing like mountain biking. Mountain biking, like nothing else, requires like 100% focus on what you're doing. You can't like mountain biking. You can't have any other thoughts going through your mind than just having 100% focus on what you're doing. Doing the audit for steps 5 and 6. Also meditation. Um, Stillness and silence are what you reconnect with source energy. There's definitely many different ways, like methods of meditation, but one thing I think a better way to explain this, another kind of abundance teaching. This one I remember from Abraham Hicks talking about like most of the time you start the day like reset, like when you sleep, like it resets. You could be having a really bad day, but you're gonna wake up the next day and it's gonna like reset your mind. So like really, it's all about like starting with the right mindset from the beginning of the day. You start the day, arguing with people, you start the day around negative people, around negativity. That's pretty much what's going to carry the rest of your day. You start the day with like a positive meditation, like thinking about positive things, thinking about what you want in life, and that's really like how the day is going to like play out. So yeah, focusing on meditation, and that's gonna create a lot of energy. Like most people think like energy only comes from like food and water, but yeah, especially in a world where like you're being distracted, everything's now about like people's attention spans are going down. Everything's like like pulling your focus in 100 different directions, when you can just stop and like hold a meditation and like a positive vibration. It only takes like 5 or 10 minutes, and you will notice. Turn off your mind, and that will build energy like nothing else. All right, doing the audit fix. Oh, that's awesome, Javi. Javi's also a mountain biker too. Yeah, the weather needs to get better. That's like the best mountain biking is, I feel like, in the springtime. Definitely less bugs. But yeah, Javi, what's you got any like favorite trails? I guess my favorite place to mountain bike is definitely Moab in Utah. Like I've rode almost every trail there. I would like go out there and just like live out there for like a month at a time, usually in the fall. Definitely definitely spring and fall in the desert mountain biking. Midsummer, like up in the like high elevation mountains and stuff. Uh the bike parks like Keystone and Winter Park. From what I understand, what's it called? In Vancouver. Yeah, Whistler. I've never been there, but I heard Whistler has the best downhill mountain bike park for taking your bike up on the lifts. But yeah, Moab, I would have to say my favorite trail there is probably Whole Enchilada, and then Mag 7. But that's really like a bunch, kind of like a combination of different trails. And then like Captain Ahab. Oh yeah, Slick Rock actually. Yeah, I can't forget Slick Rock. Slick Rock's the original. Like, there's nothing like Slick Rock. That's like feeling like I'm on the moon or something. All right. Awesome. So I just did, that was for steps 5 and 6. Now I got to do step 7 by itself. All right. Yeah, there's a lot of really good mountain biking trails in LA. All the mountains just north of like the city. Only place that I don't want to go mountain biking is anywhere that grizzly bears live. So like Montana. I've been to like the main places outside of like Seattle, but yeah, those are pretty safe. I don't think they have grizzly bears. At least I've never heard of. But like some places, like yeah, that definitely trying to avoid grizzly bears. I definitely ran into like moose before. I had some close calls with moose. Black bears, they're pretty tame. Black bears have always been super chill. But the moose, yeah, those are the ones that had the closest calls with, because they just blend right in. You can like ride right up on a moose and it just blends right in with the trees and you don't notice it until you startle it. Let's see. Got the audit for step 7. Yeah, man, we got a bike together one day. You just started last year from the Northeast. Okay, yeah, so that's like the only part of America I haven't really rode. I remember I did a trail in like Florida, but there's not much elevation. But yeah, I know I've been up in the Adirondacks, so that would be like there's definitely like good enough elevation to mountain bike up there. Um, so yeah, Northeast has probably got some awesome trails. I would like to ride them someday. Saw there's like a massive trail system like around Baltimore, of all places, like on the East Coast. Like the biggest trail system was over there. It didn't look very good, like much like elevation change, but yeah, definitely that'd be awesome to ride one day. All right, fix the following audit. But yeah, after you get good, after because you're on your first year, you probably wouldn't be able to ride a lot of the stuff in Moab, but Moab's like the mecca. Moab's like the best mountain biking in the world, and there's so many trails. So yeah, here's another teaching is everything is energy and vibration. Um Higher frequencies like love and gratitude attract higher experiences. Lower frequencies like shame, guilt, and fear are going to attract lower experiences like suffering. So, welcome to the comments, Tree Love. Respect to the trees. Pick up yourself every time. Uh, you don't understand what's going on here. Yeah, this is like vibe coding. Do you know what vibe coding is? Vibe coding. So, right now I'm creating an app called Strategy Sniper. I've been creating apps for financial apps specifically for beginner investors. I had a lot of requests to do, people want to see me build a trading bot. So essentially, this would be the first step of creating a custom trading bot. So what this app, I'm building it right now with Claude Code and Codex. And essentially, what this app will do is like you'll be able to try different technical indicators, and it's for just for crypto right now, but I could make it for stocks too in the future. But essentially, you can like try different indicators, have it back test, like go back in time and see what would happen if you bought and sold every time that indicator said to buy and sell, and it would tell you like how accurate the indicator is. So then you can like find an indicator that's very accurate that you like to use, and then you can like add other indicators on it and keep testing until you find a combination that works best for you. And and then essentially like apply that to the future. So you could like once you find that, then the next step would be to create a either just use it for your own trading manually, or you could even use it to create a trading bot. But also for just beginner investors, like this will give them like a real quick, like much better idea of like how certain indicators work for certain stocks or certain cryptos, and this should help them a ton with their learning process. So I just did step 7. It just built step 7 in the Claude Code terminal, and it's giving me a prompt that I can give to Codex. So it's going to do an audit. It's going to look over what I just built. It's like an independent, instead of having like Claude audit its own work, I'm having a different program or different agent audit Claude's work. So it's looking at what it just built, and it's going to see if it can find any errors or bugs or anything like that, any potential issues that could cause problems. It's going to let me know what it's finding, and then I'm going to give that, it's going to create a prompt for what it's finding. So not right now, it's showing me what it's finding, and then a prompt that I can give to back to Claude to fix what it found. So like right here, it found that the math for the setting up a stop loss for the buys and sells. So each time I have a program, so each time if it makes a buy based on a certain indicator, and like so let's say it doesn't work out, it'll just automatically sell that position at like 2% of a loss, so that like it just doesn't like doesn't you don't lose everything if it doesn't work out. So essentially, the math on the way it set up that stop loss based on the candles on the chart still overstates fills on gap down candles. If the candle opens below the stop and trades higher later, the logic exits at candle high, which can be above the first tradable price after the stop was breached. So why it matters, in a true gap down scenario, the stop would be triggered at or near the candle open, not at the candle's later intrabar high. It makes losses look smaller than they realistically were. Okay, so basically it's going to make the losses look smaller than they actually were. And Codex noticed that, but like I probably wouldn't have noticed that until after using the app for like a long time. And then I would have realized like, but like a beginner probably wouldn't even have noticed that. They would have just thought that's how it was like normally. And then they wouldn't have noticed it until later in the future when they actually were using it in real time. So okay. So now I'm going to give this prompt with that problem back to Claude that's doing the building, and it's going to fix that issue. So yeah, everything's in the plan MD. Well, not everything. I guess there's some stuff, and there's a Claude MD file and an agents MD file, but that's more on like how I've customized, like how like each time I finish a building step in Claude, it's giving me a list of potential errors, what files it just did, and then a prompt for an audit that I can give to Codex. Like it normally wouldn't do that. And then like Codex is like doing the audit and then giving me a prompt. So like in the agents MD file, it's got rules for it to do that. And there's a bunch of other rules in there too. But yes, let's see. What about building an app just for yourself or your loved ones? That's the future. Um, so yeah, that's I mean essentially what I'm doing right now is like I'm just building MVPs. Um, Also like business systems. Like I'll be building essentially like apps that'll just like, do all the marketing, run the marketing and get better over time. And yeah, I think that's like that's we were talking about that earlier. I think the trend is going to be going from like businesses using SaaS applications that are all like, the same. Like right now most businesses use software as a service for like a CRM, like a customer I think relation management is what it's called, but essentially like CRMs like keep all your customer data, and pretty much they're all like one size fits all right now. But I think the future is going to be custom, because like you would want it would work way better for businesses if they had custom SaaS. And yeah, then you can like, and it's also a lot easier too for building stuff, for vibe coding stuff, um when you're just coding it for yourself, because when you code it for mass adoption, then there's like a ton more you need for security and stuff like that. um so yeah, definitely, that's definitely the future for sure. And I don't have a docs folder. um no, I don't think, not even sure what exactly. I'm gonna ask Gemini real quick. Someone from the comments just mentioned that it doesn't look like I have a docs folder. So I'm not really sure, like, I get it, what I think I understand what a docs folder is, but not like in relation to vibe coding. A docs folder is like the manual or the blueprint for your project. It's one of the most important parts of your workflow because it helps the AI stay on track. The SRC folder is where the building actually lives, the walls, the plumbing, the wires. The docs folder is the architect's table where the blueprints are laid out. So, like, in my specific setup, the plan MD is like the king of the docs folder. But as the app gets more complex, I might add like a logic MD, API.tsmd. Logic MD would be like plain English explanation of how the end logic for the indicators work for this one. API, that would be information for the API. Branding MD, um that's I've got like style and stuff in my Claude MD. So branding MD is in my Claude MD kind of, and user flow MD, a step by step of what a user clicks first. Okay. So it sounds like a docs folder is just like my plan MD is like in the docs folder. So yeah, I guess like I don't have maybe I do have a docs folder, but that's good to know. There's definitely more different like MD files that, especially because like these are MVPs, minimum viable products. I'm only focusing on apps that solve a pain point, solve a problem, and do that function, and then I'm putting them out there. All the apps right now are free to use. The links are in the YouTube description. So I'm just trying to put them out there and see uh like what are people using, which apps do people get the most usage out of, and then hopefully get some like, feedback on like what people like about it, what they don't like, and use that to make the apps better. So then after that, then it would make more sense to then do the like the UI, how it looks, stuff like that. But like my next project for phase 2, when I'm building like the hub, it would make more sense to like implement like a logic MD and API and branding MD, and like really do it like much more professional. Like it's like not just going to be MVP. All right, so I got just did the might have already done it, but I'll just try it again just to make sure. Giving Claude the audit prompt from step 7, and then I can start building 8 and 9. Main loop mechanism. Um, what is the, looking in the comments, what is the main loop mechanism? Because they never want to finish tasks longer than X. Do you loop against the spec or loop n number of times? Um, I'm going to look that up on Gemini real quick because I'm not 100% sure what what you mean by loop mechanism. I think you know what you mean, but I'm just going to check. Someone in the comments is asking me a question about loop mechanisms. I will post their comment here, but I'm not 100% sure what they mean. So just kind of let me know what you think they mean. All right, step 7 is good. I'm going to have it build steps 8 and 9. And so I have 2 agents in the comments talking about, yep, yeah, I have 2 agents. I have Claude and I have Codex. But the way I have it set up is like I'm using kind of 3 different windows. So like you can see here, I got Claude Code that I do plan mode from the beginning. And it creates the plan MD. And then also I would go back to Claude Code, say like usually I do it for like finding the best APIs if I got to do any research mid build, and then for like the vibe coding after the build is done. So I'll get the plan MD, and then I try to do the entire build in the terminal. Main reason is for context. Like when I just have the terminal build off the plan MD, it's gonna remember like the whole process. Whereas if I were to like do plan mode and then have it build the process, usually you can have it go into plan mode, and then it will just like build everything. Like I'm doing this like one or a couple steps at a time, and then like auditing in between. A less professional way to do it would be to have everything built just right after plan mode, just have it start building. That's kind of what it wants to do automatically. I have something in my Claude MD so to stop it from building in plan mode, but that takes up a lot of context. When I do it like that, it usually has to like compact the conversation, and there's a bunch of things that can go on with that. But yeah, basically the terminal Claude Code builds, and the codex in the chat window does the audit, like an independent audit kind of. And then it tells me what it finds, and then I give that prompt back to the Claude Code terminal to make the fixes. And this is like, I've never seen anybody else using this setup. This is just kind of like my evolution as a beginner from trying to make my processes as like professional as possible. And I'm sure over time I'll start adding more agents. Like I want to add Gemini, um, and probably even like have multiple like terminal windows open at the same time so I can build things faster. Like do like instead of like multiple steps in the same build, I could or in the same terminal, I could take those steps and like spread them across different terminals. I read that there's like some problems with that, so I have to do it like a certain way. But yeah, for where I'm at right now, this is like this is where my like my workflow is for right now. And you like to, I noticed in the comments you like to build a docs folder with architectural decisions and stuff. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Um, Essentially that's in my plan MD, and also when I and in my Claude MD. My Claude MD, I have pretty much the same build structure for like architectural stuff that I'm using for all these this phase 1 of 30 finance apps, or 30 apps in 30 days. The first app I did wasn't a finance app, but yeah, the like last 28 apps I guess I did were all finance apps, and they all use the same kind of architectural structure that is in the Claude MD file. So yeah, I should get better in the future because basically um I've got the my Claude MD is also my what would that be, the the MD file that should have like the architectural stuff. And I need to, yeah, I'm gonna take a note right now actually. So yeah, massive respect to Tree Love. That that is something I want to implement for when I start phase two, is to make sure that I wasn't even aware that I was doing that wrong really. I did know that there were like more MD files you could have, but yeah, that's major for evolution of my workflow, is to make sure that my MD files are all have the right, like I'm kind of crossing MD files and stuff, and I want to make it this as professional as possible. So, and for long-term building, you want like decisions, problems you've ran into, or dev libraries. Okay, that's good to know. Like I can have the problems I've ran into so that it knows to avoid those, and hopefully can even like get smarter over time. Can have the LLM write the docs folder or help with it. Yep, that's what I've been doing, is having the LLM. Um, I used to have the LLMs write my docs folders, but now I just have them help me with prompts to have Claude actually write the in plan mode. I'll have it write the write or even make additions to those folders. I think yeah, I should have read that prompt. I gave the wrong prompt. Must not have copied, and it had like the last thing I was like copying and pasting. Or no, that's why. Okay. Yeah, I switched to Claude Code. I forgot. Usually I just have the Codex window open. Okay. So yeah, for the audit part, I did give Codex that the audit for step 7. Okay, so then this is 8 and 9. All right, so now I got to give Codex. This is where I'm at. The audit prompt for steps 8 and 9 that I'll give to Codex. But yeah, it's awesome how we like all learn from each other. Um, there's so much to this, but the more I learn, it's like, and then the technology advances so fast that like every time I learn something, the next day like a new tool comes out. But let's see. So like I'm using TypeScript, and I might decide to use effect schema and use strict model schemas, and then I would put those decisions in the docs. Okay. Yeah, because like from what I understand, like there should be able to like to have it so like as things like play out and as things work once they're done and it's like working, that I could have it like catch errors and then like make itself smarter over time. And that's kind of like one of the main goals I want to get to, is to know how these things can like fix themselves and become better over time. And just started using open code today. Gemini CLA started rate limiting you. Um, okay, yeah, Gemini. Yeah, from what I understand, like they got a good context window. It's good for doing like a full audit, and also UI. All right, we got the audit fix prompt. So another commenter I was talking to before about, oh yeah, that's right. I was looking up the inner loop. The viewer was asking about the inner loop of your development process, essentially how you tell the AI to keep trying until the code actually works. When an AI agent is building a complex feature like the backtester in this app, it often gets stuck in a thought loop or fails to finish a task if it takes too long. Here's the breakdown of the two mechanisms they are asking about. So, looping against the spec is like the smart way. This means the AI looks at your plan MD, which is the spec, writes some code, and then self-checks it. So like Claude writes the code, Claude runs a test or a build. If it fails, Claude reads the error and loops back to fix it based on the original plan. It only stops when the code matches the spec, like the plan. Um, the pros are higher quality and fewer bugs. Cons, it can get expensive or stuck if the plan is too vague. Expensive, I'm guessing that means like it'll run in loops and just like take up a lot of tokens. And then two, looping n number of times, the safe way. This is a safety shutoff to prevent the AI from burning through your API credits. Oh, I see what you're saying for loops. Okay. Yeah, I've definitely I remember being stuck in loops. That was like one of the first problems, like on my first few days of building. I would get I would get stuck in these loops for like a half hour to an hour trying to fix the same problem. And I didn't even know what a loop was, but essentially I would be stuck in a loop and I would finally just be like, you know what? I feel like I'm just doing the same thing over and over and it's not working. So then I would like go back to like LLM or a different LLM and be like, yeah, like I'm stuck in this loop. I need to try something else. And those loops, getting stuck in those loops helped me a ton for realizing like where most of the errors come from. And I rarely find myself stuck in loops anymore. Or if I do, like I'm fixing them like very quick. So like for the n number of times, it's like me telling AI, like try to fix this bug, but you only have 5 attempts. If it's not fixed by then, stop and ask me for help. So right now I'm looping against the spec, the plan MD. I have a very detailed plan MD in my docs folder, and I'm telling Claude to execute one step at a time. I don't let it loop infinitely. I verify every step before we move to the next one. That keeps the task time short and prevents it from getting lost in the weeds. All right, so yeah, and then you're kind of explaining that too. LLMs don't want to complete things. You have to keep looping when the tasks are long running. They have a stop early mentality. LLMs don't simply follow instructions, otherwise it would be easy. They, one, don't follow instructions fully, and two, make stuff up. Yep, so there's issues on the ask side and the receive side. Yep, and that all comes down to, I think, just becoming fluent in like how an LLM thinks. And that comes down to just like using an LLM a lot. Like the more you talk to an LLM, and they all kind of think a little bit differently, the more you start to pick up on where the problems come from, more you pick up on the best way to talk to it to get the like correct output that you want. And the quicker now I'm seeing, the quicker I will pick up on when a loop is starting and how to stop it from just going down like spiral of being in a loop. All right, we got the risks from the build. So that requires execution loops and verification loops or some other constructs to keep them honest and keep them going. This is the art. Yeah, it's definitely an art. And like I feel like even though I've been like 2 years now, I've been really like dialing in on these LLMs and like using them to mostly do like business content. I'm still learning new stuff all the time about how they think, and this using them to help me code is like opening another level for LLMs and how they think. So yeah, what you're saying is looping against the spec is what you're doing also, but the specs need to be uber clear. Exactly. The clearer the better. As a beginner, like I'm still like just even today, just like this conversation, I'm learning a lot about like how to make these doc files clearer, the MD files clearer, and like making sure like the right information is in the right MD file. And even I think like my Claude MD file, like some of the stuff I recently added wasn't getting applied, and it sounds like my Claude MD file is just getting too long. Like there's just too much information in it. So breaking that up across different MD files will help with that, and then just making sure I'm like much clearer with less writing. All right, just did step 8 and 9. So build step 10. Did I see the guy on YouTube that built the project BridgeMind? Yeah, that's so I've seen BridgeMind's channel and then two other guys that are doing this same challenge or like a very similar challenge. And I think yeah, BridgeMind is like that's the first time I even became aware of this when I saw his channel. I think he's definitely still like way over my head. When I first started watching him, I had no idea what he was talking about. Now I'm starting to understand it better. But yeah, BridgeMind is like I try to watch like 5 or 10 minutes of him, like almost every day of the week. So he's definitely like big inspiration for why I'm doing this. Big up BridgeMind every time, massive respect. And yeah, I am not. I feel like I'm not at the point where like I kind of understand what his like main tools do, but like I'm still in such a learning phase that I don't want to just automate the whole thing right now because I'm still learning a lot by just like building it the way I'm doing one step at a time. And I feel like if I just started doing it like that, it would be like I would just get out of the loop of like learning what's going on and getting better. And I don't want to just automate everything until I like understand how it works. So yeah, I could see myself using his tools in the future. Sounds like it would speed up my builds a ton. But I have noticed one thing I noticed that when he builds with his tools, um, what I've seen looks like kind of generic. Like I think it'll just kind of like it'll take away from my vision. And I'm probably wrong. There's probably ways to make it better to not do that. But from what my understanding right now, like um yeah, those tools would just not make it as custom as I want it. But yeah, he is as far as I've seen from maybe like 3 or 4 different vibe coders, he seems to me to be the best. I think he was talking about he's been a developer for like multiple years. So like that's why like he's talking in like developer terminology. I'm having to use the LLM a lot as like a middleman, but as a developer I can tell he's like he just knows exactly what needs to be checked, exactly like you know what uh what part of the back end needs to like be built in what order and everything like that I'm still learning. So yeah, it's good to have him as like a mentor basically. And yeah, I wish him a lot of success. I'm sure he will hit his goal. I see that he's definitely getting people using his apps. And yeah, I have a feeling he will be one of the major players in the game because I would like to build my own custom tools that help my workflow better, but I'm just not there yet. essentially I'm kind of doing that with my like Claude MD files, but yeah, like there's way more levels to this, I can tell. Giving Codex the audit for the last step. Yeah, like Bridgemine is running like 50 agents at the same time. That's when I see that, I'm just like, man, how does that, like, wow, you really, and but I hear what he's saying. He's talking about like, in the future, he thinks, and I agree with him on this too, even from like as much as I understand as being a beginner, he thinks it's not about like who's the best at writing code. He thinks in the future the most successful people as far as like coding goes and vibe coding and agentic coding, whatever you want to call it, he thinks the most successful people are going to be the ones who are the best at orchestrating different coding agents. So that's like why he's building his tools that is like, it sounds like they're kind of like automatic orchestrators. But yeah, I agree. I think in the future, especially as far as like it goes for like businesses, like they're not going to be hiring like junior and senior developers anymore. They're going to be hiring people who are the best orchestrators of AI agents for coding. And that sounds like a different skill, like a similar but different type of skill. Yeah, I saw that he spends like about $1,000 a month, and he just builds like crazy. And sounds like most of what he's building is vibe coding tools, which makes sense because you look at the gold rush from a business perspective, and the people who got the richest from the gold rush, on average, were not the people who were actually digging up the gold. It was the people who were selling the shovels and the tools to dig the gold. So I see that, and I see that as being a huge potential for future products. All right, we got the only found one error. Give the audit fix prompt to Claude. Yeah, almost there. Well, at least almost done with the build. And then there's like stuff I want to add, and I'm sure stuff I'll need to vibe code to fix. Yeah, definitely seems like it's like double auditing a lot of files this time. I'm not used to getting that message that the file was already audited. Um, so not sure why I was doing that today, but I mean it doesn't hurt that it's double checking stuff. Right, so I'm gonna push to GitHub and then check out the local browser. Yeah, and it's so awesome to see, like, I can tell, because, like, a bridge mine dude is probably, like, as far as I've seen, like, best in the game for like vibe coding. And you know, I think he's not even to like day 200 yet on his challenge. So like it's good to know I'm still early, you know, even though like people have been vibe coding for like, you know, I guess 2 years is kind of like when this all started. And I'm just getting it now. I can tell this is still super early. I think vibe coding is still super early stage. Like not many people are using it right now compared to how many people are going to be vibe coding in the next like year or two. And it's good to know that people like Bridge Mine Guy think that everything's just going to get better and cheaper over time. All right. Everything is pushed. I want to npm run dev. And yeah, I want to sit down. Sit down for the first look at the the app so far. Yeah, I really like the vibe coding community of people too. Like I definitely I don't even think I know any programmers, developers, anything like that. So this is all like a whole new world to me. And for the most part, yeah, everybody that I've like came in contact with has been really awesome, really good people. So that's good to know. I see a lot of potential in this in the future of like building. Right, here we go. All right. Got one error right away. This is going to be the Binance is not bringing over the chart, it looks like. So I'm going to copy and paste this error. I'm going to start vibing. All right, I just looked at the local host for the first time. The build is done on all the steps. And the first thing I notice is there's no chart and I'm getting an error message. So I think this error message is in regards to the chart. I will paste the error message here. Let me know what the problem is and fix it. All right, it looks like it was unavailable for legal reasons. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I'm in the US and there's a Binance.com and a Binance.us and he's using .com instead of .us, so it changed that connection and now it should load. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is going to be the daily chart. Um, it goes back. Goes back 2 years. Okay. I'm gonna have it use the 4-hour chart. So there's more chart to work with. All right, so I like how they did this with like toggles right here, but you can't read. Okay, so these are the different indicators, but some of them like you can't read, so I gotta make sure that changes. Go back to vibing it. So I'm looking at the list of different indicators with the toggles, and some of them I can't read. Basically, it just shows like part of the name, and then it says dot dot dot. So what I want is like I want to be able to make sure that I can read the entire name of each indicator to know what it is. I've got this page stretched out pretty good, so it's definitely looking at it from like a browser view. But yeah, I don't know what you need to do to fix it. Maybe make the cards bigger so they can show the whole name. Whatever you think is the best fix. All right, it said it made the fix. I'm gonna check it out. Yep, there we go. Awesome. Okay, so these are like different combinations on the top. Oh, but they're the same as down here, so that's, then I can't see this period line all the way to the end. Okay. So yeah, I'm trying these and it's showing the wow, that's quick. This is testing really quick. Um this should be if you started with 10K over time where you would be from that indicator. It's not very good because it's only a 20% win rate. But still, like over the last 2 years, if you would have just used that indicator with a 2% stop loss, you would have 14% profit. Uh, $1,400 on like $10,000 of trades or trading with 10K. 15 trades over the last 2 years. Um, First thing I'm thinking of is over the last 2 years, probably would have made more just by buying and holding than doing that. So I want to have something that shows that versus just buying and holding. Because yeah, it's right 73,777 right now. 2 years ago, it started at like 68,189. So maybe. Oh, it sounds like you would have made more that buying and hold. You would have made more doing this trading strategy than just buying and holding. But yeah, the thing I want to fix right now is this period bar thing. I don't even understand what it does because it's not explaining it and it cuts off. So maybe this list needs to be just like one card. But yeah, back to the vibe coding part. All right. It's just the period for the strategy builder. Okay. So on the strategy builder part, where it shows the different cards with the different indicators, when I toggle one on, a bar comes on that it looks like I can change in regards to the period, but it cuts off like halfway through the bar. So it just says period and it shows a bar that it looks like I can change, but it doesn't, like, I don't know what that is for, what that means. And it cuts off the bar because it looks like it's just too close to the next card. So I want you to label it so it's more clear on what that period bar does and make it so it doesn't cut off. Yep, the parameters section can get clipped by adjacent cards since there's no overflow protection. The slider lacks clear context for what they control. It's going to add a labeled header for the settings section, increase the padding, spacing, and ensure nothing gets cut off. Awesome. All right, so there's a label plus value on their own row above each slider. All right, check it out. Yeah, that's much better. Still, I don't understand. I'm guessing this is like, because it's a moving average. Yeah, this is like maybe more custom than I wanted. Um, all right, so most of that fixed stuff, it looks better, but it still just says period, and I have no idea what it's talking about. I think it means like, how many days the moving average should be for, but I'm not sure. So also checking on some of the other indicators. There's also other bars like overbought and oversold, and I don't think beginners are going to understand what that means. I like how this stuff is like customized that much, but at the same time, I'm wondering if maybe that much customization is going to have like a paralysis analysis, or I mean analysis paralysis for beginners. So let me know what you think. They're saying they should do advanced toggle. I think that's a good idea. Have everything set on industry standards, and then you could do an advanced toggle if you want. That would be more for like an advanced person, probably like with if they're using this to create a customized bot. So yeah, to everybody in the comments, definitely appreciated your suggestion. That's what you wanted to see, is like see me building a customized bot, and essentially this would be the first step to doing that. To be able to create your own custom indicators and combination of custom indicators. So you could just use this tool to like just test all kinds of different like customizations on each indicator till you find like the right one, and then just like stack indicators till you get the right combination, and then you can go and build your bot. And got time to check out the changes. I forgot to switch the code that time. Oh, I see what it's doing. How many days is it looking back? That's what I want, right? Look back days 5. Actually, I don't. It's almost like it should be the other way around. Okay, back to the vibe coding. All right, so I like how you change it. So like it shows that like this is advanced customization. However, like I still don't understand. Like it changed from period to now it's like the days looking back. And like I'm changing the days it's looking back, and it just doesn't really make sense to me. Like I don't understand what it's doing. Cause it seems like the more days I look back, the less buy and sell is happening over time. So yeah, I'm just really confused to how this works. So here's what this means, the simple version. When you set a moving average to 50 days, takes the average price of the last 50 days, yep, and draws a line. When the current price crosses above that line, it says buy. Okay. A 200-day moving average is smoother and slower to react, so it crosses less often. Yeah, I get that, but even as someone like who understands that, like I didn't understand what they're trying to say. So the problem is that the sliders show what to change, but not why it matters or what will happen. For a beginner app, I think the right fix is to add a short helper line under each slider that explains the trade-off in plain language, like fewer days equals more signals, sensitive, more days, yes, stable. Let me add that. That's awesome. And this is still like, yeah, beginners, like it's good that I changed this to advanced, because beginners are not going to understand that. Okay. Every time, man, I'm building these tools and I'm like have these ideas and this like vision, and like it's so awesome, and then I get done building it and I just find so many ways to make it so much better than what I could have ever imagined was possible. And then it really opens my mind up for the next build, like, okay, you know, like I understand because I've already built like, 20 some finance apps of really what's possible, and then I can just keep pushing the bar better farther each time to build something that's better than the day before. So this is awesome. Okay, let's try this again, see if this makes more sense now. Look back. How many candles to average? Lower equals reacts faster with more signals. Higher equals smoother with fewer signals. So this should even change the what you call it, the yeah. So if you used a lower moving average, like this would be like a losing strategy, but then you use a higher moving average and it becomes a winning strategy. But there's like way less trades. So maybe somewhere in between. Oh, this is so awesome. Yeah. So you could just like customize. Wow. This is, yeah, this is like definitely the first step to building like a really good custom trading bot that would, if someone just like, especially a beginner, had to like try and just build their own custom trading bot without a tool like this, it would be so difficult. This would make it, wow, and like way less custom. This is gonna like way more custom than I even knew was possible. And just keep scrolling around until you find the best. What would it be? Yeah, like 52%. Higher win rate. This is cool. Okay. 46%. 37%. 20%. Okay. So let me get this on the more closer to the 50% win rate. There we go. Still, that's weird. It's like a 13% win rate. But the net P&L is like 49%. And then I remember before it was like a higher win rate. Yeah, 23% win rate, but only a 6% net P&L. So yeah, there's so much like that's like a like way more advanced thing where I could like automatically have it like find the best combination of these like customizations. But there's still a lot more to do for before that. Yeah, there's so much that wow. Can't wait till I'm actually building these bots. Okay, so let's try some different indicators. I'm gonna try this stuff because really that's the best way to like find problems when you're vibe coding to fix is just trying something out as much as possible. Um, okay, so basically the moving average is using the golden cross. So I'm thinking maybe this stuff's kind of redundant. Like right now, oh, moving average simple. Oh, so I see what is going on. Golden cross is looking at this combination. So these are like combinations at the top. So it's a combination of this, of that's like the same thing. Moving average simple. Okay, that's another good thing for the vibe coding. Um, okay, so I just found something that I'm confused about. So on the top of the chart, there's a few options where you can click indicators that's different from like the list of toggles. And I just tried the first one, the golden cross, and it pulled the toggle on two different indicators, but it looks like those indicators are the exact same thing. Like they both say simple moving average. So I'm really confused. I don't understand what this like golden cross card or button is when I click it. It just looks like it like is toggling two different indicators, but like they're the same indicator. So could you explain like what's going on here? If this is the same two indicators, or if these are different, and what these buttons on the top above the chart are doing. It looks to me like they're just combining like two different indicators, but I'm not sure. So yeah, if you're just joining in, I've created the strategy sniper. This can be used for two purposes, either for backtesting, trying different indicators, or if more like an advanced use for this, you could use it to essentially create your own custom trading bot. So this is like highly customizable to find what kind of like setup you would want to have for either manual trading or to create your own trading bot. So I'm just vibe coding a bunch of fixes right now to the final product or app, or I guess this is just an MVP, so it's not the final. But yeah, we got the indicators, and on top it looks like there's a combination of indicators. Essentially, I was just telling it what the problem was. It was telling me I was right that the Golden Cross preset activates two copies of the same indicator, but with different settings. Okay. One is set to 50 days and one is set to 200 days. This strategy is buy when the 50-day average crosses above the 200-day average. The problem is the UI doesn't explain any of that. Yup. So when you click the preset, you just see two identical looking moving average simple cards that have no idea why. It's going to fix the preset button so they actually explain what the strategy does and why those specific indicators are being combined. All right, so we can check that out. It should have made this fix. Cool, so now it's blank. I'm going to do this golden cross, and now it's giving me an explanation. And this is essentially a losing for, what is this, for Bitcoin over the past 2 years. This would have been a losing strategy. RSI mean reversion. This looks like it's only just the momentum meter. Maybe it has different fine-tuned settings. So yeah, I'm going to unclick that and see if the settings are the same, 14, 30, and 70. Yeah, that's like the same thing. I'm thinking this wasn't the best feature to add. I think this is just confusing to have these up here. I'm gonna see what Claude thinks. Okay, so I just tried the next button on the top. Button above the chart for the RSI mean indicator. And it only showed one. When I clicked it, it only like toggled one indicator below. And I checked to see what the advanced specifications were for that indicator. And then I set it back to like to blank, so nothing was selected. And I went back to that same indicator, and it seemed like it was already set to the exact same advanced specs for that indicator. So basically, I don't see how that's different than what that actual indicator is. Can you check to see if there's any difference by using the button on the top or the actual toggle that it corresponds to? Right, there's no difference. So yeah, that's definitely redundant, and I don't think it's necessary. So yeah, the fix is remove the redundant single indicator presets and replace them with presets that actually combine indicators in interesting ways. There we go. That's the whole point of the strategy stacker. Let me check what combinations would be useful. So it should have removed the redundant ones and added more that are more useful. Let's check this out. Now we got Golden Cross. We already tried that one. Trend and Momentum. So that's combining these two. It's got its own fine-tuned settings. So like this one, there is no trades. So there's no like P&L and win rate. So some of these, if it combines it and there's no trades, then could try checking a different chart or maybe take it to the 4-hour. Yeah, if I do this on the 4-hour and there's still nothing, then try it on a different chart. Okay, a different chart, still nothing. Just a sell, that doesn't make sense, but okay. So I'm gonna let Claude know that this next one I tried the trend and momentum. Honestly, I think this is these these things at the top. I don't think I should have those on here. I think this just makes it more complicating, especially when this doesn't even do anything. Okay, I don't know what to do next. I'm just gonna take that right off of there. All right, so I just tried the next button at the top for trend plus momentum, and there are no trades that took place. I tried it on a smaller time frame and I tried it on a different chart, and still no trades. So it has like a 0% like P&L. Essentially, it's useless. I'm starting to think that these combination buttons at the top are are not very good. They just like are more confusing. If anything, if I was going to use them, I would think they should be underneath the single indicator buttons, but I don't know what you think. Let me know if you think if I should just remove them and just use the single indicators so people can just like create their own indicators. Let me know what you think. So yeah, if you're ever looking to build your own trading bot, this is the gold right here. This is like the way I'm like reasoning with it. This is gonna explain to you like what you need to be essentially like paying attention to. Um, Because I bet a lot of these problems, if you're trying to like wire up something like this, you're gonna get the same kind of issues. And if you're not an experienced trader, you're not gonna know like what the problem is, like what to check for, stuff like that. So the reason is a fundamental problem. The AND logic requires all indicators to fire on the exact same candle. An EMA crossover happens when price is going up, but RSI oversold means price has been going down. They almost never agree on the same candle. That makes most combinations useless. Huh. Okay, well, definitely that remove the presets. They're confusing. They produce zero to near zero trades, and they sit above the chart taking up prime real estate. Beginners are better off toggling one indicator at a time, understanding what it does, and then experimenting with adding a second one on their own. That's the real learning experience. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so going back. Awesome, it took that off. I'm gonna go to the 4-hour chart so there's more candles to trade from, and got the fast moving average. That is a 26% P&L over the last 2 years using that indicator. Like I can fine tune it. We're going somewhere in the middle. 62%. 39. So you can tell in the middle, 55. Go a little bit lower, 33. Okay. That would make sense. Momentum meter. Yep, this one's automatically just how it's set. It's profitable. But you can see like in the past it was less profitable. It's been more profitable in the future. I'm guessing like market structure was different back here. Um Try doing some customization. Whoa, yeah, and that goes to like really unprofitable. Yup. So this tool, momentum meter, this is basically like the RSI. Whether it's overbought or oversold, doesn't work so well for Bitcoin on the 4-hour chart. Daily chart is even worse. All right, trend shift detects when momentum is changing direction. This looks like a good one. 30% can change some settings. That goes to losing. So yeah, just trying all these different and like it's showing you the win rate. And it's crazy because you can see like sometimes maybe the win rate is really low. This one is negative. I'll find one that's it's actually winning. That's another real bad one. 30% loss. Volatility. Whoa. That's buying way too much. No wonder it's got all those buys. It's like barely selling. Yeah, that's a really bad indicator for the Bitcoin. At least over the past 2 years. Fair price. Okay, here we got a winning one with tons of trades. Some of these have way less trades than that. So like right here, there's only a 35% win rate, but net P&L, you're up 28%. 748 total trades. Because it's just going to be the win is bigger. The biggest win is like $1,300. The cloud map I think will work good. At times, but yeah, only 8%. Trend strength, not so much. Okay, so I want to try combining them now. I'm going to combine two winning ones. Then if you combine the wrong ones, there is no trades. Whoa, yeah, okay. So like combine the moving average, the simple moving average, and the trend shift. I think this is basically RSI. 96%. Yeah, that is like twice as profitable as any single one that I've found. But not many trades. And look at this, there's like barely any trades. See, I only 9 trades over the past 2 years, but biggest win 7,000. So there you go, right there. That's why, because one of the trades you got a $7,000 win on. Okay. Try doing like 4 different indicators. Do too many of the wrong ones, and it is nothing. So like I added this one and it brought it down. Added this one and brought it down, just not as much as the other one. Only 4 trades. So yeah, if anything, this is super valuable for beginners to understand like what happens when you like combine. Because one of the biggest pain points when I first did the market research for this app was that beginners like are really like analysis paralysis, because a lot of these the sites that do have like indicators where beginners would go to learn this, there's just like a chart with like, 10, 20 different indicators, and there's just so many. And by using this, they can understand that when you combine, a lot of times when you combine more than 2 or 3, it just gets like too messy, and it doesn't really make the win rate go up. And a lot of times it makes it so there's not even any trades that get triggered. Okay, so yeah, I really like this. This is really valuable. I've never seen anything like this before. One thing I think is the setup. That's the UI. Like this stuff down here, once you like, it's like I turn that toggle on. This is like underneath everything, and there's like a big blank space right here. But I don't think that's important to change right now, because this is just the MVP. So I'm thinking, I'm wondering if there's a way. Originally, my original vision was like, see if it could automatically find the best combination. Whoa, just found a bug. All right. Um, that was yesterday's tool. Okay. What brought that bug up? I hit the 4-hour chart. Went from 1 hour. Yeah, went from so like this is crazy, right? Like some bugs you will never find until you just like use something a ton. And like this one got triggered by like changing from the 1 hour to the 4 hour when a certain indicator was hit. But like if I just hit that indicator and hit 4 hours, it worked fine. It only happened when I changed it from the 1 hour to the 4 hour. So I copied and pasted that, and I'm gonna go back into Claude Code and have it fix this. So I just found like what looks like a bug. Essentially, I toggled I think the first moving average indicator, and then I hit the 4 hour time frame, and it worked fine. Then I went back, I changed it to the 1 hour time frame, and it seemed to work fine. And then when I changed it from the 1 hour time frame to the 4 hour time frame, I just got a white screen with like a bunch of error message stuff. So I'm gonna paste that here, and I want you to let me know what's going on and to fix it. Yeah, it's something to do with it's trying to read what's going on, and it like kind of saves data, it sounds like, based on a certain time frame. So when you switch between time frames, it like gets confused. So it's doing that fixer right now. Okay, yep. The fix is adding a bounds check in each mapping function. So I'm going to try that same thing again. Oh, my bad. I forgot to switch it to the code for that fix. I'm going to try that same thing again. Go to the 4 hour. Go to the 1 hour. Back to the 4 hour. And it did not break this time. So yeah, just fix that bug. That is awesome. Like, I feel like I should like turn that into like a YouTube short just for that, like finding that bug and fixing that bug. All right, so let's see. I'm thinking of doing something to add to it where it could just like automatically find the best combination for like whatever coin on whatever time frame, but that would like kind of defeat the purpose of customizing it. But also I think it just shouldn't be the main thing. Like maybe something on the bottom. I don't even know if it can do it. So I'm gonna push to GitHub first to save it here, because if anything would break this, I think what I'm about to do would probably be the biggest risk. Okay. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, I'm doing the strategy sniper. I got this idea. People were requesting I build a trading bot. They wanted to see that. So this is essentially would be the first step to building any custom trading bot. Would be to try out different indicators. So there's a list of indicators, and can essentially like try out one indicator at a time and then stack indicators on top of each other, and it will show you the back test, like you know, what your profit and loss would have been, like basically did it work, how well did it work. It's going to tell you all that, and then you can combine different indicators, find the best combination to get the like highest win rate essentially over time to make the most money. And then you could like once you find that, you could just create your own custom bot. And that's not on this tool. This tool, I designed it mainly for beginner investors so that they would just like kind of understand like how these different indicators work and how to test them, back test them over time, and like, you know, to make their own. Before they'd want to make any custom bot, they'd want to just like, you know, understand how to like find the best combination of indicators that work for them. And one of the main pain point for beginners when it came to indicators was based on analysis paralysis. There's just so many indicators. Learning how to like read all these indicators and then like putting them all together is like super difficult for beginners. So this right here, I mean, this shows you like, you know, it was like I found the sweet spot was like combining two different indicators to get the highest win rate. But then when I tried doing like three or four, it usually just like made it so it didn't work. So this shows beginners, especially like, you know, how what happens when you combine different indicators, and it gives them an instant like look, so they don't have to just like, you know, wait for time to pass to see how it works. So that being said, if this like more an advanced person wanted to use this to create their own trading bot, they could just find the best combination of indicators. So this is like the next feature that I want to add, is I want to see if it can add a feature where it can just automatically find the best combination of indicators for whatever whatever coin and time frame that I set it on. So this should be like a button that you can click that will do that for whatever like the setting is. So I'm going to see if they can do that. So yeah, this should be interesting. All right, so I'm wondering if it would be possible to have like a button on the bottom underneath all the toggle cards that would just automatically find the best combination of indicators. That's even like including different customizations to find the best, highest amount of profit for like this back testing. So like basically like let's say I have the Bitcoin chart on the 4 hour, and then underneath all the toggles I could just push that button and it'll go through and try combination of everything till it finds the best combination with the highest profit. Could you build something like this? And if you could, go ahead and build it. This is like the money right here. I mean, that's all awesome, but like for someone like me who already understands this stuff, if I wanted to build a trading bot, um, from what I understand is like as a investor and a trader, nothing like this has existed before. This would take, if it weren't for AI, I mean, this would take so much time to like back test manually and like change like one like little like customization on an indicator and then go back test and try it again. So this is like, if this works and it looks like it's gonna work, this is money. Yeah, making something better every day. So yeah, I think it's a good time to do another mindset, abundance mindset for winning in business and vibe coding, like vibe coding your mind. So like the law of assumption, whatever you assume to be true, your world will confirm to you. If you assume wealth, if you assume that you're going to make $1 million app, if you assume that you're going to provide as much value as possible and solve problems for millions of people, your world will confirm that to you. If you assume lack, if you assume scarcity, if you assume that, there's like not enough resources in the world for everybody, that, everything has got to be hard and you got to work really hard to like get ahead, and you got to like, it's like a rat race and you got to, rush around everywhere and everything's a competition because there's not enough, then the world's gonna show you that reality. Assumption is more powerful than effort, strategy, or willpower. Mindset is more powerful than anything. In my opinion, what I believe, mindset is more powerful than anything else when it comes to having success in business. So just like how I'm vibe coding this app to be better, you can vibe code your mind to have the correct mindset to win. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. They said they built it. Let's see if it works. Testing all 385 different combinations. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to look at the 4-hour chart for Bitcoin, change it to the project browser, and I'm going to try auto find best strategy. Whoa. And it's simple. It's only 2 different indicators. But we got a 113% net P&L over 2 years by me just going and trying different indicators and messing around with like the advanced metrics on each indicator. I think I got to like 90 some percent. So this definitely like did something I was not able to do manually and beat it by like 20%. So I'm gonna try it for a different chart. Let's try it on Ethereum. And it's already clicked automatically. So that's one thing I gotta change. When that's clicked, yeah, 145% by using combination of 3 different indicators. Wow, okay. This is money. But I feel like when I change it, like it shouldn't automatically. And then like Dogecoin, which I've tried trading Dogecoin in the past. I don't even buy it because it's a meme coin. It doesn't do anything. But trying to trade Dogecoin, I've had the worst experience. I don't even really try to trade it anymore. And the best combination it can find for Dogecoin for these indicators is a negative 10%. Oh, I see. I think it's not updating from the last. Yeah, that's why I think I need to clear it each time because it's showing right here like the information from the last one, I think. Yep, just found another bug. Okay. Okay, so the that new button seems to work pretty good. However, I noticed that like if I change the coin I'm looking at, it doesn't turn the button off. And like I changed it from Ethereum to Doge and it showed right underneath the button the same information, or not underneath the button, but like inside the button, it showed the same information from Ethereum. But on the like P&L button or card that's separate from this button, it showed the information for Doge. So it looks like there should be something when I change either the coin or the time frame. If that button has been clicked, it should like reset. So like every time I do a change, I should have to re-click it so it doesn't carry over the past information and get confused. And I feel like I'm getting so much better at vibe coding. Like I'm finding bugs so much quicker. Only thing I think I haven't really paid attention to vibe coding is the UI, but um I mainly been like focusing on vibe coding, like the how it's wired, like the brain, and like how the cards maybe are arranged. I guess that's UI. So I've done a little bit of UI. Okay, so it said it fixed it. I'm gonna try it again. Trend is your friend until the end. Okay, so now if I change it back to Bitcoin, it's like, yeah, it still has the same toggles. So like I'll change it back to something else now. Still keeps the same toggles on as like, so you can see like the best strategy for like Bitcoin that was super winning is like a break even, like losing strategy for a different coin. So you can see when you set up these custom trading bots, you could set up a custom trading bot for one coin. If you try to apply it to another coin, it's not going to work the same way. Okay. So what I want to do is make it so when I change the information, it turns the toggles off. All right, so it seems like it fixed that problem. But now what's happening is like if I click the button to find the best win rate or best profit, it toggles on the uh the indicators that work best. And then when I change it to a new time frame or coin, those same indicators stay toggled on. So essentially, like when I make a change, it should like reset to like no indicators being toggled on. So each time I make a change, it's like I'm starting fresh. And make a change meaning changing either the coin or the time frame. Go ahead and fix this problem. Yeah, so I've made a ton of progress. Um, really happy about this tool. Even though this does so much now, it's capable of so much more for sure. And even though I've got it set to 4 different toggles, I could add essentially like a ton more indicators and have more combinations, add more coins, add stocks to it. Um, maybe even something to take it to the next level, and you could like get a custom report printed out that you could give to your own trading bot or something. But yeah, as it says it's made that change now. So I'm going to see. Found for BNB seems to be about 100%. Now I change it to Bitcoin. Awesome, and it reset. That's exactly what I wanted. This is money. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and push to GitHub again. Start setting up Vercel. Wow, this is so awesome to like. It's like a daily basis. I'm just like my mind is blown at like what is possible. And I know the more I keep building in this niche, this is something I never realized when I started this challenge. And I was like, I'll just build a bunch of different apps. But I quickly realized like sticking in one niche and just keep building something better and better every day in that niche is so much better than like trying to build a different app every day, because what you learn in a niche you can just apply to the next app. And I just keep getting better and better because I'm learning more about what's possible with each build, because it's in the niche. I'm learning like different APIs, different features, what's possible. And the more I just work in this niche, I'm going to make the best. Man, I feel it like I'm going to make the best. I'm going to make the best financial hub that exists in so many different ways. Okay, time to do this Vercel. New project. Strategy Sniper. I definitely want to change its name too. Like it's alright, but can get a better name than this. Awesome, no APIs. Got it deploying right now. Somehow keep coming up with new ideas like every day. So I could never stray from this path that I'm on right now, because I don't know what I was doing in the past, but it was definitely not working as well as this. So something I might have missed if I never got into it. So now I've been in it and I'm going to keep doing it and pursuing it. And, sky's the limit. Creating so much value. But I don't have to tell you that, because you can see for yourself from the live stream. And When I say, do you know what I mean? It's like, now you know, because I can show each way of the process, each step of the way, and just create better and more value every day, day by day, time after time. Up to the time, if you know about that. Up to the time. Awesome. So yeah, I got the looking at the live site. Wow. Yeah, this is money. All right, live site is up. I gotta get the analytics enabled and do the free version. Get the code, get a prompt. I just enabled analytics for this app. I'm going to give you the code that I got. I want you to create a prompt for Claude to make sure that everything is good with the analytics. And also, I don't know why, but the UI actually looks better. Like when I go to the yeah, let me show you guys this. So this is like the local host that I was using before, right? And the all the toggles are right here alongside the chart. But with the live version, I don't know how it's doing this. It laid it out differently. I don't know how or why it like changed it from the live to the local, but I like this better to where it's like showing a better view of the chart. And then you scroll down and then you got the strategy stuff and this stuff underneath it. Okay. So yeah, setting up the analytics, get some more water. All right, so push to GitHub. Yeah, if anybody has any idea in the audience why that's happening, why I didn't tell it to do anything, but like when I look at the UI on the live page, it is different and I think even better than the local host. So yeah, nothing to push. Working tree is clean. All changes are already committed and pushed to GitHub. Yes, I. Another day. Another build. More sell orders to get filled and buy two. So that's what I do is just make more value for investors. Abundance out here, enough for everybody. Amount of money flowing. I'm just knowing that that it's possible to make things make things more even out here. Instead of the 1% controlling more than 99% of the wealth. How about we make tools? Make tools with AI for people to distribute the wealth better. Make it so the bar is much lower for people to get into investing. Make it so everybody can get in this game. Make it so everybody can really like have their money work for them. This is like you don't need a college degree. You don't need you don't need to pay anybody to teach you this stuff. You can just learn on your own for free. Or even like, I mean, like if I were a beginner and I had this available, I would have paid $100 a month for this all day. Like I would have paid like at least $20 a month just for this app alone. Now I'm going to be building a hub that has like at least like 30 different functions on it, and charge something like, like I'll have some of them for free. And not only that, but it'll have AI coaching included with it too. So like in the past, like people charge you like thousands of dollars for like trading coaching, for investment coaching. It's totally not necessary. It never was in the past and it never should be in the future. Trading, investing, you learn the best just by doing it. People can teach you all these different strategies, but until you actually have real money in the game, you're not really learning. I mean, you're learning, but not like what's the most important stuff to learn, and that's through experience. So, yeah, I'm really lowering the bar, making it so like this wealth can be like equally distributed throughout society. Have people so it's like, like an everyday thing. Like, yeah, my money's working for me because like I run AI. AI doesn't run I. My money works for I. I don't work for my money. Yeah, so much potential here, so much value to create. So all right, okay, that's it for today. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to say and build. So until the next one, I'm out without a doubt. Peace and respect.